know you are being recorded. I think I'm supposed to tell you.
We just bad about bad things for about 20 minutes. That's all.
A minute. Hold up.
Oh my
Wait
God.
a minute.
Jessica's
Did
got
you see
stars
that?
and shit going on.
I think it's because I did thumbs up. That's
Wow.
why. Weird.
Man, it's watching
Technology, man.
Put a little love in it. All right. We are
That is
good
scary.
to go. Let me see. There we go. Everybody ready?
you.
I'm
Yep.
not gonna do that anymore.
Actually, can you just give me 1 second?
Yeah.
Sorry. I don't want to be that guy. I just got to check something with my kids real quick. Just 1 second so I can make sure they're going to be quiet.
We're going to talk
One.
about you when you're going.
All right, good.
One.
Jagum, Vinard.
So what were you guys saying you hated? What I miss?
We're just saying what would be our bottom 5, like Skinamarink.
Probably my top
course,
5.
Of course, we hated Bad Things, which you liked, but
I still haven't watched it, so I have no opinion.
Oh,
Yeah,
I forgot
mean-
about that. It's not even on my list.
easily forgotten.
Yeah.
That's a lot of movies this year.
Yeah,
The year
Yeah.
of forgetful movies. Forgettable movies.
I'm really annoyed. We got this extra few days to watch movies, and there were like maybe 10 movies I wanted to watch, but they were all foreign, and I just didn't have time to sit down and read subtitles. I just didn't have time. So there's like a bunch of foreign movies that I really wanted to watch that I never got to.
Which ones? I'll tell you if they're good.
Let me look, because I made a list on Letterboxd, like
All right.
to watch.
So, Mark, you did mention about maybe bringing in some big disappointments.
Yeah, we'll
Right.
do
So, if people have any of those in mind.
that. Mhm. I really wanted to watch Venus.
I haven't
Oh,
seen
yeah.
it.
I saw that.
But
I saw that
somebody
on a list
recommended
somewhere.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard really good things about it. I never did get to see Husera Bone Woman.
Oh, that
I
one's
saw that
good.
one. Yeah,
There's a South Korean called The Womb.
Oh, I don't even know about that one.
Got really good reviews. Did not get to see it. Evil Eye, Oxhead Village.
I've heard about that
That's
one
supposed
too.
to be good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Communion Girl, which is another. I think that one's
It was a Shudder one, wasn't it?
I think so. I think that's
Really?
from like Thailand or.
I feel like some
Malaysia.
Shudder movies weren't getting marketed or something.
Shudder had a lot of shitty movies this year.
Yeah, they
but-
did.
That too. But
Yeah.
it seems like they only have the same 10 or whatever that they show on their featured. And then I
Yeah.
started realizing that there were movies that I hadn't seen that were Shudder movies. And I hadn't even heard about them.
Well, just because it has Shudder at the beginning doesn't mean it's on Shudder, so to speak. I know that sounds weird. It means that they were behind the producing of it and that it will eventually end up on Shudder.
Yeah.
Probably, but not
Was it
everything.
When Evil Lurks? Wasn't that like a Shudder co-production?
Yes, I saw that at the
I think they
theater.
actually did do that. Yeah.
You know, but it came out at the theaters before it came out on Shudder. So,
All right. What order do we want to go in? Do we have that all set?
we're gonna go Vin. Vin goes first. I got my paper here to keep track. My goal, I'm working from home tomorrow, so my goal is I'll have this out tomorrow. Unless we have like major edits, like people farting and stuff.
I'll try to control it.
Yeah.
We'll do Vin, we'll do Tammy, we'll do Jessica, and then me. Is that a fine situation?
That works.
That works.
Just so you guys know, at 5:00, I'm going to go down to feed my pets really quick. So I'll make sure it's not my turn.
Do it.
And I'll just be absent for a minute because otherwise they're all going to start meowing and scratching at the door and shit.
All right. Where's my kibble?
Well, there's shit too.
All right. Oh, give me a second. and we will get going. All right, here we go. We'll be live in 3, 2, 1. What's up, and welcome to the Horrorcast, episode number 183, and it is that time of year. Our favorite episodes of the year, I'm sure, and sometimes these are the only episodes that people listen to because they want to know the top movies of 2023. This year, we are going to break down our top 20 films, horror films of 2023. That is 20 films for each host. So, not just one collective list, because trust me, they're all going to be very different, I'm sure. We just wanted to say real quick, the caveat or the criteria is that it received a major release in 2023. We're not going to be talking about films that only came out like at a festival or something, but it was either in the theater or readily available to stream somewhere in the United States in 2023. So that's our criteria. And if you don't like it, we don't care. All right. I'm just going to be honest with you. So let's see. Let's bring in Taminator first. What's up, Taminator?
It is so good to hear your voice, Mark Nato.
And see my face.
Yeah, well, that was my next sentence. Yes. Hi, you guys. It's so good to be back together. And I can't believe it's freaking January, 18th already? Like, what happened? But
yep,
I'm excited.
The older we get, the quicker time goes. I'm telling you.
Amen, brother.
It's the truth. It's the truth. Vin and Jess, they don't know. They're young,
but they
young
will.
pups.
They will.
Young pups. So, speaking of Vin, what's up, Vin?
Hey, now that I'm staring death in the face, looking at you guys on Skype, good to see you. I always look forward to these episodes, though. I like hearing everybody's lists.
Yeah. I would say it's good to see you, but Vin refuses to fix his daggone camera.
I think he's in witness protection.
I want to see that glorious beard. That's what I want to see.
Right?
He said it's halfway down his chest.
It would blind you.
Yeah. Blind me?
Yeah.
What is it, like Santa Claus? Is it white?
Glory. That's all.
Oh, okay. The glory. The Shekinah glory of his beard. Okay. And let's bring in Jess. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm really excited to be here. Loveless. Loveless. This is my favorite episode. So I am a little sick and foggy brained. So excuse me in advance.
You're going to power through.
I am. I just might not make 100% sense.
That's all right. That's all right. All right. I think, did I mention I'm Mark Nato? I don't know if I did. One of your hosts. So that's me. Let's just real quick. We're not going to spend a whole lot of time. You know, one of our mottos is all killer, no filler. We're not going to talk to you about like anything. You know, like I got a dentist appointment this week. We're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk real quick about like what we thought of the year overall. Give maybe a few major disappointments. And then we're going to go right into our top 20 list. We'll kind of round table that. And then at the end, we'll go through any of our honorable mentions that had not been mentioned, because there's some films that I want to mention that deserve a mention. But they didn't necessarily make my list. So I'm sure other people have that as well. So let's just open it up real quick. Let's make this a shorter conversation. What did you think overall about the year in horror that was 2023? Vin, what do you think?
Meh, I guess.
Meh. Is that spelled M-E-H?
It is actually, yeah. Meh. So I usually watch, or I see fewer movies than you guys. I did end up watching 65 new horror movies this year, which is actually more than last year. So that's not bad. I didn't have to like sell a house or anything like that this year, so it was a little bit easier to watch some things. Although it is also the point where like my kids are getting older and I'm watching a lot more movies with them. So times when I would usually send them up to bed and watch horror movies, I'm actually like sitting down and watching things with them. So it is taking out some time, but I'm still getting the opportunities to sit down at night sometimes and watch some movies. But I will say that, it was, even though I was eager to watch horror, especially the first half of this year, there was not a lot that was exciting me at all that was coming out. So it definitely hampered, I think, my my excitement or my drive to continue, kind of barreling through films. I do think, it did pick up at different times of the year, and overall, I'm overall happy with my top 20 list. But it was an okay year. I think that we've definitely had better years. Definitely some good stuff came out this year, but
yeah. Well, I mean, we've been at this. We're entering our 8th year at the Horrorcast, so we've been at this for a while, and we've been watching tons of films for quite a number of years. So it sometimes, I went through a period of burnout there several years ago, and we took a break or whatever. And I'm sure everyone else is like, my goodness, we're watching so many movies, and it all kind of runs together. So when you have a particular bad start to the year, it's disheartening. And I do agree with that. It was kind of like a rough start. There was some gems here and there, but like around June, July, I was like, boy, the second half of this year better be good. And I do think the second half was much better than the first half. And as I sat down and did my list, I think I watched 285 horror films this year, which, by the way, is like low for me.
yeah,
It's low for me because I've just been very, very busy this year. There were so many that I didn't get to. Mostly, I was telling the gang before we recorded, if it was foreign, I probably didn't watch it because I just didn't have time to sit down and read subtitles and really I can't like watch that kind of movie like on the go. I've got to be really sit down and invest in it, and I just didn't have that time. So I got a few of those in my top 20, but there probably would have been more because I tend to really like foreign horror. But so I would give this year a B minus overall, C plus B minus. Yeah. So what about you, Taminator? What do you think?
I think that's pretty generous, to be honest with you.
You think generous?
Yeah. I made a vow to myself that I will be doing my Letterboxd in this year, because trying to remember what I watched all year when I can't find any of my, it was just too hard because it was just nothing like super memorable. If Vin is the lowest watches, I'm below him for sure. So I mean, I found it like just a chore to come up with 20 movies that I even felt like were worth rating. I did, but I just did not have that like struggle. I knew what my top 10 were, and the other ones it's like, okay, 11, 12, 13, 14, whatever.
Yeah, they're just interchangeable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
So.
Yep. What about you, Jess?
Yeah, I feel a lot of the same as what you guys are stating. I made like a running list all year because I wanted to like not rate things right away in Letterboxd. I wanted to be able to go back and rate after I've been able to sit with it for a while. And as I was logging stuff into Letterboxd, a few weeks later, I like would completely forget movies that I had seen, like a lot of them.
Yep.
So yeah, there are a lot of very forgettable movies, and there are a lot of like pretty good movies, but I feel like there's not a lot that really grabbed me. I don't have anything rated like a 9 or a 10 for the year. I just don't.
Yeah.
And I did rewatch some of the movies that are in like my top 10 just to make sure that I felt good with where I'm ranking them. But even on second watches, I just ranked them the same. It didn't go up. So
yeah, I think you're a notorious hard grader than I am, because I've got. I think my top 10, those are some really good movies. in my opinion. Those are some really good movies, and those can stand up to a lot of, especially my top 5. But like you said, like it's very interchangeable moving back from that. I'm like, it's just like this big traffic jam of like sevens, you know, or whatever. Like I'm not sad or sorry that I watched it, but it's not like, wow. So we'll see. And I thought that as far as horror in the cinema this year, like there was a good bit of horror that went to the theaters. That was fun to watch. There for several years we had a drought where there wasn't a lot of horror in movies. So even films that like I'm if it's in somebody's top 20, I'm sorry, but even films like Five Nights at Freddy's or something that came out simultaneously in the theaters and it's streaming, and we chose to watch it in the theater because I like to watch horror movies in the theater. And even though it's not my favorite movie, I had fun with it, you know, in the theater. So I appreciate that, and I will still go to horror cinema and support it as much as I can, even in a down year.
Wow, that statistic is actually really surprising that it came out in the theater and streaming at the same time, because I think that that's the highest grossing horror film of the year.
Well, I think that the kids, like they took mom and dad to see Five Nights at Freddy's. You know, my kid is my youngest kid is 12, and he's played the game and he's read books and stuff. So yeah, that was one of his things. I want to go see Five Nights at Freddy's. So I think that's a big reason for it being such a success. I'm sure there's going to be a part 2, you know, probably a whole series that, you know, Horrorcast 2040 will be talking about Five Nights at Freddy's part 12, you know. So. All right. So we can all agree wasn't a stellar year for horror, but still some good stuff out there. Just think of a couple. We don't have to sit here and list it out. What were a couple of your biggest disappointments for the year? We're not going to do like a worst of list because trust me, we've seen some crap. And here's my pet peeve. When I'm watching YouTube lists or listening to a podcast that do lists and they do worst stuff, the worst horror movies that I saw in 2023. Scream 6. That was just, I'm like, look, Scream 6 is not my favorite. That is like absolutely nowhere near the worst horror movie of 2023. Like, you haven't watched anything if you think that that's the worst horror movie of 2023. I'm going to give you just a couple here. I kept hearing such incredible things. I know it came out very, very briefly, maybe in 2023, maybe just in a couple theaters, but it really hit in 2023. And I've seen people give this, like, to just shower it with praise. So I was like really excited to get in. It's Skinamarink. That movie sucks. There's just no way else to put it. Like, don't give me your pretentious, you know, oh, it was just it put me in the eyes of a child. And shut up. It was a camera on a tripod staring in a corner for 10 minutes, and then it would shake, and you'd hear, and then you'd see the refrigerator, and then you'd see a toy phone for like 10 minutes. No, this is not avant-garde filmmaking. This is not this is crap. This is crap, is what it is. So I will never get that time back that I spent watching that load of dung, and I will not apologize for it.
Well, I know you're not alone in thinking that.
No.
I'm sorry. I mean, come on. I'm sorry. There's nobody serious. Nobody seriously thinks that movie's good. Nobody. They're just saying it because they want to be hipster or something. You know,
It's okay. It is. It's the type of movie that I could see in the right setting.
10 minutes long.
Yeah, in the right setting, I can see why it might be effective for somebody. But if it's me watching at home, no, it was too much. Like I said, a short film, I would totally be okay with it. It was just too long for what it was for me. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think we should also mention with people here that like this is not exactly like a best of list, right? I mean, this is like these lists are all subjective. These are our favorites, not. You know.
But I will say, if you liked Skinamarink, you're wrong. Just telling you, I'm not gonna beat around the bush.
It does seem to be one of those movies that's either on the top of a person's list or the bottom of a person's list. But
yeah,
I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it because of what you guys said. I just am like, nope.
We expect a really good Christmas present because we saved you that time. I'm just going to tell you that. I'm trying to think of any other really, really bad disappointments. Anybody else have any disappointments real quick?
Yeah, I thought, it was what I thought, but I was maybe hoping The Exorcist would be better, the remake.
Yep. Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, very good one. That was, again, I will stand by it. That's half a good movie.
Yeah,
half I was movie. Okay. Yeah.
When they brought Ellen Burstyn back in,
it
and it's
goes
nothing
downhill.
against her. She's an amazing actress.
Yeah,
she really is. This role is done for her. Stop
what they do to that character. I mean, it is. It was a total gimmick putting her inside that movie, and that's all that it was. And that movie just takes a left turn to crapville.
What's funny is that became a disappointment because I went in with very low expectations. And then I actually liked the first half so much.
Same,
that then I had high expectations all of a sudden that I wasn't expecting to have. And then they went back down.
Yeah. And then it got worse than I imagined. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
It was a roller coaster ride of emotions for that movie.
I can't imagine that I had like really huge expectations going into that. I
hated what he did to Halloween, but I was hoping that's something, you know.
Yep.
You guys know he's not continuing with the project, right?
Yeah, I definitely
with what?
When I heard that.
With the new trilogy for The Exorcist.
Oh, good.
I don't know if he left or got kicked off or what, but he's not doing the next one or the one after. Are they
still planning on doing it? Because it made money. Yeah. It made money. You know what they say.
If it made money, then it's gonna
Horror, man, it's gonna make money. And The Nun 2 was disappointing.
Yes.
I didn't expect much from that, but it was pretty.
I didn't either, but it was worse than I thought.
Hey, I'm one of the only people that I ever talked to. I really liked the first Nun.
I know, it's crazy.
I really did. I liked it. I do not like the second one. It's just paint by numbers. Jump scare, paint by numbers, jump scare, paint by numbers. No, don't want it. I don't know if Mr. Venom ever listens to this podcast anymore. I saw that he had Nefarious in his top 10. That's on one of my worst. That's one of my worst. It's and I again, I'm a Christian. I'm a believer. This is a Christian-made film about demon possession, or whatever. It was a chore to get through. It just wasn't anything going on.
That's how Exorcist felt, was a Christian-made film about demon possession.
Yeah, well, they kind of
they tried to like broaden
everything,
and they truly dropped the ball on it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're a Baptist minister. Come on. You're a Catholic priest. Come on. You're a shaman. Come on.
You're like a voodoo priestess or whatever.
Yeah, we're gonna work together. Well, that didn't work out so well. But
it's not.
I like the idea though.
It's not going to work in the plot at all. But we're just going to have you there as window dressing.
I want the movie where just the voodoo priestess battles the demon.
Well, that's a different movie.
Why would the voodoo priestess battle the demon?
I have no idea, but I was excited about her, and I just got way too much.
I was thinking about this actually today because I'm reading a book right now called The First Ghosts about it's written by an expert in like Babylon Ancient Babylon named Irvin Finkel, who makes really fun YouTube videos actually. But he has a whole thing about basically exorcists in the ancient world and their crazy like rituals and basically creating like scarecrow effigies so that like ghosts will attach to them and marry them off. And I'm like, how, you had Pazuzu in the original Exorcist. How cool would it have been to actually take like ancient exorcisms and putting it into the movie, Instead, we think that like having a Protestant in the room is like somehow broadening the horizons of of exorcism in this movie. But I'm like, wow, they could have gone interesting places with that, but no.
That is cool.
I'm sure. I'm sorry. I was just saying, I'm sure demons exist in all, or some form of demons exist in all forms of religion, right? Or probably pretty close to it. So
pretty much.
There's like an idea
spirits.
there.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Jessica, you were going to come up with one?
Yeah, I was going to say a disappointment for me this year was The Outwaters, which I was on board for a cool experimental film. And what I got was a nonsensical, very dark film where I think some crazy stuff may have happened, but it definitely did not hold me. And you could not see it.
There was a lot of blood, but you couldn't see it. And then there was like a quarter size piece of light in the middle of your screen, which is supposed to be their flashlight or something, or their camera light. You couldn't see anything, and it's so shaky. Just absolute nonsense.
Right, and they're recording some of the stuff that they do record on the camera because it's supposed to be found footage. Like, doesn't make sense as to how they would get that on camera. I don't know. So it was very confusing, and it was a letdown for me personally.
Yeah. What'd you guys think about Insidious, the Red Door?
Oh my gosh, I forgot about that too.
Disappointed.
Yeah.
I mean, sort of. Here, I actually kind of like most of that movie. I thought the ending was disappointing.
Yeah.
But I thought that the first half and the build-up wasn't bad.
I'll have to watch it again, honestly, because I hadn't gone back and watched some of the other ones to kind of like I had no idea like what was happening at the beginning. Like what is the family split up? The family I don't know what's going on. And I don't even know if going back to watch the previous one would have answered that question because I don't remember it. But I do remember just the other night, my son and I, my middle son, we watched in the original Insidious. That's a good movie.
Yeah.
That's a scary movie. It was still giving me like goosebumps in certain scenes. So I'm kind of comparing the Red Door to that, and it was just disappointing. So you had a couple, didn't you, Vin?
Well, I mean, it's a difference between like disappointment or I felt like I watched a totally different movie than somebody else. That would be something like totally killer, which everybody else seemed to like and thought was hilarious, and I'm like, this movie is so obnoxious. I hated the main character. I didn't like the writing.
No. So, No,
I didn't find it funny. It was, for me, that was a disappointment. And I know that's a very personal view there. It obviously worked for a lot of other people, but that was a character to me that had like no character arc. She remains kind of like obnoxiously Gen Z the entire time. And she like immediately like kind of falls right into step with the 80s, except when she's lecturing people on how they could be better. It's like, at least in Back to the Future, you saw like Marty McFly struggle to open up a bottle of Coke, because he didn't know about the bottle opener. She doesn't have anything like that. You don't see her like use like a rotary phone accidentally or something. It's, I don't know.
Yeah.
I would have liked to see in that movie her change a little bit, like loosen up, and the 80s generation maybe change a little bit as well. That doesn't happen at all. And she just like immediately goes back in time and tells some guy he can't wear a shirt. And I'm like, all right, am I supposed to want this character to live? I'm not sure that I care about her fate. So anyhow, my rant is over, but that was a major disappointment for me. I'm sure that's going to be on somebody's top 20. I'm positive it's going to be on somebody's top 20.
Nader's hand slowly. 2 more for me. Elevator Game, which you mentioned, Vin.
Oh, yeah, before we started recording. Yeah.
It was on Shudder, and I was like, ooh, this looks like it just.
Okay, my disappointment this year overall is Shudder.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think, from what I remember hearing, I think they had major budget cuts at the end of last year. And I don't know if that affected it, but there was a string of Shudder originals that came out that were just awful. They obviously had a couple of really good releases. I'm sure some of them are going to be in our top 20s, maybe even our top 10s. But overall,
it's not like in years
there was
past.
a lot. Yeah.
Years
especially
past.
like foreign horror. They used to be awesome.
Years
to bring in
past, if
foreign
it
horror.
came out on Shudder, you're like, oh yeah, this is going to be.
Yeah. It felt like it was curated.
Yeah.
It didn't feel like that at all. It felt like they just grabbed whatever they could this year.
Yeah.
And I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but that's my biggest disappointment for 2023. That would be Shudder.
Yeah. And then I heard some good stuff about Night of the Hunted, and watched that, and it was basically a political.
That's what I said. I know it
Crap
looks
fest.
good though. It looked good, and I didn't see that coming.
No. So, yep. Anybody else burning to?
I'm gonna a disappointment that wasn't necessarily a movie that came out, but the fact that Salem's Lot got pushed off yet again when I was ready to go in September makes me worry for it. So, and I want so bad for it to be good.
And the fact that it's going straight to streaming,
That's all I need to know.
I mean, look, TV stuff is much better than it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they think that it'll find an audience. I don't know. So, all right, let's get rolling, okay?
Okay.
Let's get rolling with the top 20. We are going to go in the order of Vin, Tammy, Jess, and Mark. We will give one apiece, and then move it. How do you want to handle it? Like if it's something in your that you're going to be talking about, I wouldn't even mention it. Just let it let it naturally happen. Don't say, well, that's my number 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then put in your 2 cents when it gets to you. Yeah.
Exactly.
But if it's not on your list, feel free to chime in. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Are we doing honorable mentions? And
yes,
are we doing them at the end? At the end? Okay. All right.
At the end, basically anything that you have honorable mention that did not get mentioned. Yep. So, without further ado, Vin, you're number 20.
My number 20 is Husera the Bone Woman. I tried to write down some information about these films. We've got the director, Michelle Garza Severa, and this is a Mexican film. The synopsis is Valeria's joy of getting pregnant with her first child is quickly cut short when she is cursed by an evil spirit. As danger approaches in her relationships with her family fracture, she is forced into a chilling world of dark magic that threatens to consume her. This is certainly one that I heard a lot of high praise for. Definitely it's one of the coolest posters of the year. I don't know if you've seen the poster, but like a woman it looks like she's being dragged down by like naked corpses or something. It's pretty cool image. Now the supernatural attacks that it refers to, they are mostly, I think, symbolic in nature. The haunting that she's experienced definitely is a metaphor for like the pressures of LGBT people in particular to kind of like conform to culture and gender norms. We have our main character who's trying to be like a good traditional wife, but she's obviously not really suited to that role. And the more she lives in denial about who she is, the more intense the hauntings become. I think for me, the reason it's 20 and not higher is because the supernatural aspects didn't really land as hard as I would have liked. They're, I think, actually pretty tame, and they're kind of underdeveloped. The drama that's at the center is actually well done, though. So it also had a really interesting way of like aligning the LGBTQ community with like more like folk or occult practices, and the Catholic Church with like traditional gender norms, but it doesn't like really cast a lot of judgment on either side, which I thought was pretty good. But I like the movie overall. I just think that, as a horror film, it could have been more hard hitting. And if it was, it would have been higher on my list. But here it is sitting at 20.
All right. That's like I said before we started recording, that's one that I didn't get to. I really wanted to because I think I would have liked it, and then it was a foreign movie that had subtitles, and I just didn't have time. Didn't have the time to get through it. But I will. I will watch it. Probably pretty soon. So time just ran out. All righty, Tammy, you are next.
All right. Well, I didn't make as detailed notes as Vin, I'm sorry to say, but my number 20 is Evil Dead Rise. A little synopsis is a reunion between two estranged sisters gets cut short by the rise of flesh possession. Flesh possession. Okay. Flesh.
Possession.
Flesh possessing demons. There we go. Thrusting them into a primal battle for survival as they face the most nightmarish version of family imaginable. I saw this in the theater, right? I think, yeah. So yay for that. And I'm not a huge fan of the whole Evil Dead series, like say maybe Jessica is, but I really did enjoy this one and the nods that it gave to the original. I feel like it set itself up to keep going, and I might be on board for that. So, but just in a year where, I mean, any other year, this might not have even made my top 20, but here it is this year. So, yeah.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, Jess is supposed to be going right now, and she is nowhere to be found. Should I just go?
Yeah, just go.
Sorry about that. I'm fighting bronchitis. I don't know if I remember to take that out, but all right. My number 20. I'm already going to be breaking rules. Okay, you know me. I'm breaking rules. This is a TV miniseries, and it is The Burning Girls. That is on Paramount Plus. Reverend Jack Brooks, and by the way, that's a lady. Reverend Jack Brooks and her daughter arrive in Chapelcroft, a place for a fresh start that soon reveals its community's dark history, where ancient superstitions and a mistrust of outsiders are quite common. This is got Samantha Morton in it, who is best known for playing Alpha in the Walking Dead series. She's a really good actress. Also has Ruby Stokes, Liam Hatch, Aaron Ainsworth. It just premiered in October. It's got 6 episodes that are an hour apiece, and I really like it. It's everything that I like. Wonderful cinematography, great sound design, incredible acting, an intriguing story. I like that folk horror type thing, and it's got that, you know, like the witch / Wicker Man type of thing going on. Basically, what is happening is this village had burned these 2 girls at the stake for being witches, and they haunt the chapel, they haunt the church, and when you see the burning girls, bad things are going to happen to you. And she starts to see it's really good. I like it, and it's a cast of a bunch of strange characters in a little Englishy town. It's great. I like it a lot. It's got about 67% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. Tomatoes. Yeah, I like that. But I think it's higher than that, in my own personal opinion. So, yep, The Burning Girls. There goes Jess again. She's running.
I went to shut my door because
I went ahead
just
and
came home.
went. I went ahead and went. So
I was listening the whole time.
Yes, you're good. So
I did not think 20. You guys were gonna go through those that fast. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, we ain't playing around tonight.
I had to feed 5 animals. I went as fast as I could. Well, my number 20 is a movie that follows young Abigail Archer, who's left alone in brutal Montana winter during the 1870s and left to fight for survival and retrieve her one earthly possession, her family's horse, from a gang of bloodthirsty bandits. So I'm talking about Oregon Trail. because I love Western horror movies, and I know Mark and Vin were saying that they were thinking this is more of like a Fringe movie. So I definitely have movies.
Fringe only, like, is it enough horror? But I agree with you. It's a
Right.
fantastic movie.
Yeah, and I have a couple movies like that too that I ended up leaving off my list because I didn't think that they were horror enough. So totally get it, but I don't know, something about, I think maybe like the relentlessness of the villain perhaps made it feel horror enough for me. But I really love the setting and the era. I love being dropped in this time because then you have to deal with real life horror and just put yourself in the shoes of the characters. What the hell would I do if I had to battle for my life in the 1870s, you know, in Montana with nothing, you know, and our main character is kind of young and a lot of brutality happens like right off the bat. So yeah, I love the realness of the brutality in this movie. And I like all the characters, you know, all the bad characters as well. So yeah, I thought it was really good. And the cinematography is really beautiful. And the director, Michael Patrick Jan, this is his first movie that he's directed since Drop Dead Gorgeous in 1999.
Which is crazy. That, I mean, it's
also
absolutely crazy that the guy who, if I remember, Drop Dead Gorgeous is just like this like little rom-com type thing, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's also like comedy horror, but
yeah, it's just like
it's like I think that's the only thing he ever directed too.
I think he was a member of the State, I think, right? The comedy troupe that had like their MTV show back in the 90s.
Yes.
I have no idea.
Yeah, they had some really good sketches.
Yes, you're right, because there's a little bit of trivia for this movie, Oregon Trail, that, let me see.
Because one of the other guys from the State, he makes an appearance as like the bartender.
Yes. And yeah, that was it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this movie, I think this is like an honorable mention for me. It's something that I kind of think more should be up my alley, but I just kind of had some issues with like some of the story and the pacing. But overall, I like the movie. I guess I didn't like it as much as you, but I did like the movie. But yeah, it would be like an honorable mention for me.
Yeah.
I will say, even though it's in my top 20, I was disappointed that a movie called Oregon Trail didn't give me.
It sounds Grindhouse, but it's not.
Yeah,
it is not nearly as Grindhouse as it sounds.
Didn't give you no organs.
Yeah, I wanted a trail of organs.
Somebody should have lost a liver.
I felt the title is so fun. I just was expecting something as fun, but still liked what I got. It was just very unexpected.
Yep. Maybe a different name would have tempered your expectations, but
no,
I'm glad.
It feels like one of those things that they like. He thought of it as like a joke or something, and then just got too attached to it to let it go.
No, I'm glad you put it on there because it's a movie that I don't think a lot of people have seen. So go watch it.
It's on Paramount Plus right now.
Just don't expect no organs. All right. Back to Vin, number 19.
Back to me. So I will say, Tammy mentioned my detailed notes. So if these are movies, especially that I brought up in a round table, I'm basically looking at my notes from that. So it sound like I am
cheater.
Myself if you have heard those episodes, which I think will be the case again with my next one. So my number 19 is Attachment, by is it Gabriel Bier Gilslison? I don't know. But this is a UK-Denmark co-production. The synopsis: a couple's new relationship is interrupted by mysterious happenings in their new flat, provoked by one of the women's disapproving mothers. So the first half of this film is like a budding lesbian relationship. One woman is a Danish actress named Maya, I think, whose career is kind of fizzling out. So I think she plays like a Christmas elf in a kids program or something. And the other is like a Jewish academic from London who's visiting Denmark and who has this kind of very oppressive mother. When the Jewish woman has like a seizure and an injury, her new girlfriend decides to return with her to London to help take care of her. And she ends up coming at odds with the Orthodox Jewish mother. Before long, she suspects that the mother may have more sinister plans going on, and she seeks to protect the woman that she loves. And I thought, I was invested in the relationship, and I thought the film did well with giving us like a fish out of water story as Maya tries to understand Orthodox Judaism, and kind of discern like what is normal and what's not in that context, which she's obviously not familiar with. And as an audience, we know that something supernatural is occurring, but the buildup takes its time, and we get like a number of red herrings, and along the way as Maya digs deeper. Once the horror begins in the third act, we don't really see things that we haven't seen before. However, I think that the horror aspects are actually handled really well. It's not a graphic film, and a lot of the violence happens off camera, but what we do see, I think, is effective for what it's trying to do. So it's like a film that has three very distinct parts and tones. The first act is a romance, the second act is a mystery, and the third act is a horror film. And overall, I enjoyed it. I thought it was pretty solid. So it's my number 19.
Yep.
Yeah, that's an honorable mention for me. If we were doing what we had been doing before and did like a top 23 of 2023, this would have been in my 23rd slot. But I really enjoyed it too.
No, it was good. It was good. And I'm a sucker for Jewish horror.
I thought you were going to say lesbian horror.
No. No, sucker for Jewish horror.
Well, I'm a sucker for lesbian horror, and I didn't see that. So.
You didn't see that? Oh.
No, and I need to see that.
That was on Shudder, right?
Yes.
I believe it was.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, Tammy. Taminator.
Let's see. What's next? Oh, Birth, Rebirth. A single mother and a childless morgue technician are bound together by their relationship to a little girl they have reanimated from the dead. So I love Judy Reyes, who plays the mom. I saw this in the theater. It had a one-night release by me, so that I'm glad that I did. This has this prevalent theme this year of like, how far will a mother go for her child? I like the medicalness. I don't know how else to say that.
The medicalness.
Medicalness and
the medical aspect.
Yes, thank you.
As somebody who works in the medical field,
right.
I love how that's the word that you chose.
And I like how this could actually be a real thing, which just makes it scarier. And I'm sure there's scientists probably working on this very thing right now. And I like the idea of just how lives can cross seemingly at random and the rippling effect that small decisions can make, and that, you really should think about things before you do them. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. Birth, Rebirth.
I will plead the fifth for now. Jess.
Yes. Well, looks like Tammy and I are twinsies because my number 19 is also Birth, Rebirth. And I also particularly enjoyed the medical aspects of it.
It's medicalness.
Medicalness, sorry. You're right. I apologize.
Get it right.
Don't get too technical on us, Tammy. Okay.
I just gave you the word.
And Marin Ireland as Rose was so perfect. I loved her performance. It felt really believable as somebody who's maybe on the spectrum or something, but it didn't seem like she was like playing that up too much. It felt very believable. It didn't seem like a cheesy portrayal of that. So I really enjoyed that. But yeah, and obviously I'm not a medical professional, but everything sounded pretty viable. And there were a lot of intricacies and complications with the different blood types and the bone marrow or whatever. So all that stuff. So I was like, wow, this is a really cool version of Frankenstein that I really appreciate. So it was really good.
Yeah, agreed.
My number 19 is Birth, Rebirth.
No, it is not.
Whoa, this has never happened.
I don't know.
Wait, this is Horrorcast history. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought that it was really interesting take. It's almost like a Dr. Frankenstein type of situation, but like more modern. What is she willing to sacrifice or do for this medical breakthrough or whatever? I didn't realize, how many really good movies that Marin Ireland is in. I know she was in The Boogeyman. She was also in The Dark and the Wicked, which was an awesome movie in 2020. Also, one of the better movies of 2020. And I'll go to my grave. The Empty Man. She was in that. Hell or High Water. So, and she's also has been in Justified, and Sneaky Pete. Good stuff. So she's. I knew I had seen her from someplace, but she's really kind of stripped down in this movie, not like made up. She's not concerned with any of that.
Yeah.
She is only concerned about this breakthrough. And so, yeah, it was really good. The acting was really good. Some people who want like more in your face horror might feel this is a bit slow. But I thought that it really, and I like the ending as well. I wish I would have seen it in the theater, but I did not get a chance to see it in the theater. And I just wanted to shout out, this is a female writer and director, Laura Moss. Not sure what else she has done.
I didn't recognize the other stuff that she had directed, but it looks like she's mostly done production stuff in the past. So hopefully she'll be dipping her feet more into the director waters, because you're right. The ending was so good. That was something I did notice about this year was, you remember last year, Vin, we talked a lot about how a lot of movies couldn't stick the landing, and it was pretty disappointing. I felt like
a lot of good dark endings this year.
Yes. So that
they
is
did really
one
well with
plus.
That. Didn't have to tie it up in a nice bow.
Yeah.
And I did want to, mention the same thing that Tammy said. Judy Reyes is also good. They're kind of like dueling leads, and they're both really good.
And
I
love their
and actually the beginning of
too.
this is so like heartbreaking.
Yes.
And if you have kids and stuff, and it's trigger warning, bad things happen to children in this film. So, it was really good. So that is neat that we all three put it in the 19th spot. I don't
I know, how weird.
Who would have thought? Who would have thunk it?
Who would have thunk it?
Yep. All right, Vin, back to number 18 for you.
Well, you guys aren't going to believe this.
Oh, shut up.
But my number 18 is Sister Death.
You're stupid.
The director is Paco Plaza. This is a Spanish film. The synopsis: a novice with supernatural powers arrives at a former convent, now a school for girls. The strange events and disturbing situations that torment her will lead her to unravel the skein of secrets that surround the convent and haunt its inhabitants.
Did you write that?
No, not at all. I copied
the
and pasted.
Skein? What is a skein?
It's like a roll of yarn or something like that.
I think we talked about this before, didn't we?
It's a skein.
Skein. Okay.
That's what I said, Tammy.
I know.
Anyway.
It's medicalness.
Yes. This is, I think, arguably a superior prequel to Veronica, which is a film that I like, but I think this is actually better. This film I thought had a solid story, excellent visuals, really good performances. It takes place in 1940s post-Civil War Spain, with like a convent of sisters trying to get back to a sense of normalcy after experiencing the trauma of war as they begin running this girls' school. And in the movie, like, a girl who was once famous in the community as a holy child is now a new teacher, but somebody who has doubts about her faith, and she becomes enmeshed in like this supernatural mystery. And what I liked most of all was its choice of choosing dread over jump scares. It did a really good job with that. It's like, in a year which gave us the atrocious Nun 2 and the disappointing Consecration, I felt like Sister Death stands out as the convent horror film that those other horror films wish they could be. So yeah, I was actually really happy with this one. So Sister Death is number 18.
Now, I like Consecration more than you did, but yeah, it's not as good as this. So yeah, I just wanted to defend Consecration a little bit. I like Jenna Malone. I think she did a good job in that film.
It was okay.
Yeah.
It wasn't Jenna Malone's fault that the movie was bad.
Mm-hmm. I don't think the movie was bad. It was underachieving, maybe. So.
You mean
it was
like
definitely forgettable?
Like Sister Death was underachieving? I made it halfway through and turned it off.
Oh no,
you missed a good half.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Story of my life.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tammy, did you
Story
like
of her life. All right. Taminator,
Let's
number
see.
18.
Cobweb. 8-year-old Peter is plagued by a mysterious constant tapping from inside his bedroom wall, one that his parents insist is all in his imagination. As Peter's fear intensifies, he believes that his parents could be hiding a terrible, dangerous secret and questions their trustworthiness. So I love Lizzie Kaplan. I'll watch anything that she's in. And this is from the producer of Barbarian, so I had high hopes for it. And, it has Finn's fear that a lot of people have, like, what if your parents aren't what you think they are? What if they turn on you? Or what if they become something else? My only thing is, I'm not sure it quite stuck its landing, but I still enjoyed it. I felt like it was something different. I loved the parents, not loved them, but like loved those performances and could really feel the dread and the fear that kid was feeling. So I thought it was a good movie. Yeah.
Yep.
And that was the kid from Voyage of the Last Voyage of the Demeter. It was that same kid.
Oh my
He is
God.
just-
Yes.
He is just heartbreaking. Just his eyes and his cute little curly hair. And
I didn't put that
child.
together, but yeah, he's a great actor for being a small person. So
Actor. All right. Jess, number 18.
My number 18 is Thanksgiving from Mr. Eli Roth, which follows after Black Friday. A riot ends in tragedy, and a mysterious Thanksgiving-inspired killer terrorizes Plymouth, Massachusetts, the birthplace of the infamous holiday. So I just thought that this was a lot of fun, obviously well produced. I'm excited about this new killer. I thought that the getup was just perfect. Obviously, having a holiday horror is always fun to add to the list, and I think that this one will fit in nicely. There's not a ton of great Thanksgiving horror movies, so yeah, I just thought it was pretty good. And some of the kills were just so fun and brutal.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep. That's a good pick. Good pick. I'm a big fan.
Me too.
All right. Number 18 for me is one of the first movies I believe that I watched this year. Maybe not the first. Let me look when it came out. Yeah, January 27th. It's a film called Blood. This is about Jess, a nurse and mother recently separated from her husband, played by the wonderful Skeet Ulrich. Moves her daughter, Tyler, and a young son, Owen, back into her family farmhouse. Shortly after settling in, Owen's dog escapes into the woods and returns days later, blood-soaked and rabid. When the dog attacks and bites him, the resulting infection grows more shocking as Owen's behavior becomes frightening and deadly. Basically, he needs blood to live. So how far is Jess, who is played by Michelle Monaghan, willing to go to keep her child alive? So you think about birth, rebirth. How far is this lady willing to go to keep her daughter alive after she's, been killed? Kind of the same issue here, but this is almost like a take on a vampire thing where the kid needs blood, fresh blood to survive. And I love Michelle Monaghan just about in anything she does. I think she's a underrated actress, and I think that it's just a good story. I think there's some creepiness to the kid, as he turns and becomes this this bloodthirsty little demon child or whatever. Michelle Monaghan as a nurse, she's like stealing blood bags and stuff from the hospital, and how far is she going to go? So I really liked it, and it stuck with me all year. Again, probably not one of the best movies of the year. It's one of my favorites because it just resonated with me. That's Blood.
Just out of curiosity, do you think that this sort of theme is maybe popping up a lot more after like COVID? Sort of like people,
With
thinking
infection.
about. Well, yeah, and also like, all the time that we spent basically either quarantined then trying to get vaccines, and a lot of focus on like what would you do for your family, and a lot more people maybe considering worst case scenarios, and I don't know. And I just wonder if it was making people think more reflectively on immediate family and what they would do to protect
It
them.
was definitely a theme this year, and I have kind of wondered to myself, like, why? But that would make sense. I mean, that's certainly a possibility.
Yeah, just a thought.
That's a good thought, Vin.
It is a good thought, Vin.
Thanks. It happens.
Yeah, you're so smart, Vin.
You are. Well, since you're so
All right.
smart, why don't you come in with your number 17?
Yeah, number 17 is Appendage, directed by Anna Zlokovich. I can't say that. An American
Sounded good
film.
to me.
Yeah. Synopsis: a young fashion designer's life spirals as her darkest inner thoughts manifest into something gruesome that won't stop growing. This movie firstly showed me that I have no idea how fashion works, but it didn't make any sense to me. But it also engaged me. The story involves certain people whose, I think it's been a while since I watched it now, but I think their negativity and their self-doubt kind of manifests physically as like a symbiotic twin that grows as almost like a tumor off of them, right? And it's like a sentient tumor. So the weaker she becomes, the stronger the growth becomes. And she finds a community of people like her, and that ends up offering a really fun and, for me, satisfying twist. And I thought, I don't want to give too much away because I really like the twist and where the third act went. But I thought there were some really good visuals in here as well. There's especially one really good shot where the main character and her spawn, whatever you want to call it, are lying in bed together. It was just this kind of almost creepy, but also a really beautiful shot. But yeah, Appendage was fun. It was there was a certain lightness about it in its tone, but it wasn't quite a comedy. But I liked where it went. So yeah, Appendage is number 17 for me.
I agree. It had a really nice balance between the lightness and the severity of the subject matter.
Yep. It did not make my list, but it was an honorable mention for me. I remember watching that for the first time, and I remember just texting you guys holy crap, this movie. Yeah, because it reminded me of a certain 80s film. It kind of reminded me a little bit of old Belial. What's his name?
Well, that's his name.
Basket Case?
From Basket Case.
Basket Case. Yeah, it just kind of gave me that vibe. Not that it's like Basket Case, but if you watch it, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. So good. And that's I believe that's still available on Hulu. Taminator, number 17, and it better not be Appendage.
It is not. But I have to shut up about whether or not Appendage is on my list or not, remember? So anyway, my number 17 is Sick, from the Peacock Network, of all places. While quarantining at her family's lake house during the pandemic, Parker and her best friend are threatened by an unexpected visitor. So I would consider this like an underseen gem that was way better than anyone would expect from Peacock. The kills were great, and it's just a time capsule of where the country was at the start of the pandemic, without picking a political side or being preachy or anything, but conveying the horror that was life at that time, kind of coupled with the slasher type horror. This is really good, I think. Yeah, Sick.
Definitely fun.
Written by Kevin Williamson, a Scream fan.
Oh.
Yep.
That makes sense. Yep. That's why it was fun.
I don't know if he's getting back in the game or what.
Well, he was very good with this, if you ask me. So
yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Jess, you're up.
My number 17 has been mentioned already. It is Sister Death on Netflix by Paco Plaza. I mean, Vin basically said everything that needs to be said. I really liked it. I think it was cool to take this character from a movie that was probably in my top 5 that year. I really, really liked Veronica. And to kind of flesh out her past and what makes her sister Death is just like really a cool and fun idea. And I think that what ends up, being the backstory is pretty messed up. And I'm glad that they went there. And that the movie didn't hold its punches, and that that Sister Death kind of like accepted what happened and like evolved because of that experience,
Yeah.
because there's a lot of like terrible stuff that happens during her era and before she gets there. So it was just a pretty solid movie overall, and it's my number 17. I think everyone should watch it, including
They
Tammy.
Should.
The second half.
Yes,
Mhm.
it's a very good second half.
Watch that second half. Let me write that down. I want to make sure I got it in here. All right, my number 17 is one that I don't think anybody here has even heard of. It just came out in, it said limited in theaters. I never saw it around here. Came out streaming on December 5th of 2023, and it is a Spanish film called Everyone Will Burn. Anybody heard of it?
I've heard of it. I did not see it.
I think I
Yes.
saw the poster for it.
Yeah. It's got a good poster.
Yeah. Great
Is it the
poster.
one with the light blue background?
No.
There's like
Okay,
somebody
then
on
I haven't heard of it.
fire.
Someone on fire talking to someone
Yeah.
who's not on fire.
Yeah. It's got an 87% tomato meter and a 93% audience score. Right now, I don't think a lot of people have heard of it. I think it just kind of went unnoticed. But I'm the kind of person like I scroll through iTunes and Vudu and all that to see what's coming out. In a small village in Leon, Spain, Maria Jose prepares to end her life after failing to get over the death of her son years before. Everything changes when she receives a visit from Lucia, a strange little girl who might be connected to a local legend about stopping an impending apocalypse. With the enigmatic girl by her side, Maria Jose faces the corrupt community, triggering the strange events and a series of horrific deaths among the population. This is like a creepy kid movie. I don't even know if this girl, Lucia, is necessarily a kid. She's played by Sofia Garcia. She looks like she's like a little person. But this girl, this lady's getting ready to kill herself, and this girl shows up and this takes her home, and just weird stuff starts to happen and deaths. And there's like this local legend about this kid who would stop the impending apocalypse, and it's her. And there's like a lot of I didn't necessarily understand everything about the legend, which is going to be a recurring theme because there's another movie where I didn't quite understand everything that happened. But man, this was just a beautiful movie. There was a lot of creepy parts, a lot of really good deaths, and it sounds terrible to say good deaths, but cinematography is wonderful. The sound design and the score, all the acting is good. I loved myself a nice kind of. It reminded me again of like a folk horror type thing. These folk legends, where because we don't get a whole lot of that in the United States. Maybe up in New England, there's like some folk stuff, but like here, like I don't, but I love this kind of stuff, and I thought it was really well done. So if you get a chance, you can watch it on Vudu or rent it on iTunes. I believe that's how I watched it. I rented it on iTunes for like $6. So everyone will burn.
Another one to add to the watch list.
Yep. All right, Vin, number 16. When we get past 11, we're going to take a quick break to pee, and then we'll come back for the top 10. Just let you know. 16.
Thanks for the warning.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, my number 16 has been mentioned by Jessica. So Thanksgiving, of course, directed by Eli Roth, an American film. Synopsis: an axe-wielding maniac terrorizes residents of Plymouth, Massachusetts after a Black Friday riot ends in tragedy. Picking off victims one by one as seemingly random revenge killings soon become part of a larger sinister plan. I had stepped away for a moment when Jessica began her discussion, so I don't know if you guys went over a synopsis, so I'm doing it again.
Mm-hmm.
I should preface this by saying that I'm not generally a fan of Eli Roth's horror films.
Yes.
It's just usually not my taste at all. So I was pleasantly surprised by how much fun I had with this, slasher film. Yes, it can be very juvenile at times, especially at the beginning. Like, how many F words can you fit in a scene? I felt like he was competing with Rob Zombie for a second there.
Yeah.
Well, they are besties.
Yeah. But Roth has, I think he successfully packed so many entertaining holiday set pieces into the story and has filmed them with kind of this infectious energy that the movie just completely won me over. It's a slasher film that obviously isn't taking itself too seriously at all. And I think it really straddles the line between serious horror film and camp. And although I did feel like the end kind of crossed the line into full-on slasher parody territory, the reveal of what's that? Sorry.
I love it.
Yeah. The reveal of the killer doesn't make a whole lot of sense at all when you think of the pure logistics of the murderers and what the killer would have to balance to maintain the appearance of normalcy in their lives. I'm trying not to be spoilery here, but again, Roth isn't creating a brain teaser for us with this. And I had a great fun. I should mention that, for me at least, the film was campy and had me chuckling the whole time.
Yep.
When someone in a slasher film is unexpectedly killed by the Mayflower, I find humor in it. My wife, however, she failed to see what I was laughing at and was utterly disturbed by the kills. And she just went to bed miserable. She's like, we're never watching another film like that again. So people's mileage will definitely vary. I said in the past that I call her my canary in the coal mine because she lets me know when something is disturbing and scary because I'm laughing the whole time. But yeah, this is a lot of fun.
Yep.
That's funny.
Agreed.
Yeah, I actually went to the theater to see this one with my husband too. Because he's not usually a horror fan, but he's like, you know what, I'll go and watch that. That looks fun. And he was just afterwards, he's like, you're the only person laughing like a crazy person.
Yeah.
The kills were so fun. Like, what are you talking? Of course I'm laughing. He's like, I'm just saying.
Yeah. I mean, for people who aren't horror nerds or whatever, that might be disturbing. And we're just man, I wonder how they cut that chick in half. That's great.
Yeah,
we're just laughing.
The thing is, I'm laughing at the absurdity of it. Somebody had to write that.
Yes.
And then they had to somebody had to create a whole lower torso of somebody.
Yeah.
Just so they can get cut in half or burned or whatever it is, And then they had to film it. And they had to be on set doing that. And I laugh at the ridiculousness of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The whole process of even making the film makes me laugh.
Yeah.
Which
you can't take it too seriously.
No.
You really can't.
And when somebody like my wife or somebody who's not a horror fan watches it, they see people getting hurt on screen. We're thinking, I think, of everything going on behind the scenes as well. Which, so
yeah. It's not real, everybody.
Well, I think there's a school of thought. I think that people think it's a sacrilege to make these holiday slashers. I mean, there was some especially when the Christmas ones. I don't think this, but I think there's people that do think this. That how can you make this is Thanksgiving? How can Christmas movies like that? Where Santa's killing people. Yeah.
If stores are going to keep putting up Christmas decorations in October, I am totally fine with putting horror in.
Somebody deserves to be killed.
We need some balance here.
1000%.
All right. Thanksgiving. All right, Tammy, number 16.
My number 16 is Talk to Me. When a group of friends discover how to conjure spirits using an embalmed hand, they become hooked on the new thrill until one of them goes too far and unleashes terrifying supernatural forces. I saw this in the theater, so I appreciate that. It just wasn't as high for me as I think a lot of other people, as the story became a little hard to follow for me. I do agree, though, that being trapped like that after death would be about the worst thing I could think of, especially if you were aware that you're dead, but not knowing where to go or what, to do about it, and no one else can see you. So, and there are some pretty hard-hitting, gory scenes in here. And I thought that the returning dead were absolutely terrifying. So this had some actual scary moments for me. So I really appreciate that. Talk to me.
Yep.
Totes.
Yeah. I'm not going to say anything.
Shut up.
Shut up. All right. Jess, you're number 16.
My number 16 is The Angry Black Girl and Her Monster, which is on Shudder for anyone who wants to go watch it. It follows Vicaria, right? Did I say it right this time?
Then
I forget because it was so long ago.
So I don't know.
I think I'm saying it right. Damn
I can't remember.
Okay, because the joke, everybody, is that in the movie she tells a white teacher that she's saying her name wrong.
Yeah.
And I might be that white teacher right now, but I think that it's pronounced Vicaria.
You done messed up, Ron.
Who's a brilliant teenager who believes death is a disease that can be cured. After the brutal murder of her brother, she embarks on a dangerous journey to bring him back to life. This was directed and written by Bomani J. Story, who actually grew up in the same county as me, I just realized. And this is his first feature length film. Everything else that he's done so far were shorts. So I think that that's super cool. I've been loving all the Frankensteinian stories that we've been getting this last year. All of them have been home runs for me. I haven't seen one that I haven't liked. So, and they're all kind of like unique, fresh perspectives, on that old kind of story. And I think that in the context of her story, it makes so much sense. And I love that they put, angry black girl in the title, because those are we're not allowed to. If we're women and we're angry, it's a negative. If you're black and you're angry and a girl, that's a triple negative, So I just think that it's really powerful. And I love even though I'm not sure if I'm saying her name correctly, I love that main character and her drive and her anger at her situation, and just people dying around her all the time because of where they live. It's just really heart-wrenching, and I thought it was super good. And the monster, the monster, her brother, is really freaky, but also like you just feel so endeared to her and him, and you just feel so bad for the whole situation. So, and I really like the ending. I wasn't expecting the ending to go where it did. And I'm really glad that it did. So,
Thanks.
If you haven't checked it out yet, I would say do it.
Do it. I do have a question. Speaking of the Frankensteinian theme that we saw this year, did anybody else see Poor Things?
That's my top movie of the year.
Yeah, really good. You can't call it horror. I was tempted, but I just wanted to shout that out. That's good. Emma Stone as like the Frankensteinian monster. She does a really good job. I think she won an Emmy, didn't she? Or won a not an Emmy, Golden Globe. So she's probably leading the pack for the Oscar for that one. I would assume, but yeah, it's pretty cool.
I loved it. It's my favorite Yorgos Lanthimos so far.
Yep.
Although I tend to like his movies. So I guess it is saying a lot.
Yep. All right. At the last moment, I decided to include this movie. I had talked to you before, Vin, about this movie and not wondering whether I should include it or not. And I found there were a good handful of movies that were borderline horror, but they were so good, and the horror part of it was so intriguing to me that I went ahead and just I said, I'm just going to bite the bullet. And that's Dream Scenario, starring Nicolas Cage. I don't know if anybody else saw that.
No, I heard it was kind of like some people consider it kind of fringe, like maybe
it's
not
definitely
horror
fringe.
enough.
It's definitely fringe. It was produced by Ari Aster. So it's kind of like a comedy drama with hints, with tinges of sci-fi and horror, is what I would say. And Nicolas Cage is fan-friggin-tastic in this movie, and it's got such a interesting plot that I'll explain it. There's a hapless family man, Nick Cage. His name's Paul Matthews. He's just like this middle-aged guy, balding. He's I believe he's a college professor, and he finds his life turned upside down when millions of strangers suddenly start seeing him in their dreams. Okay. So can you imagine just everyone, maybe it's like a thing on social media or something, or a commentary on whatever, but like people, just strangers, like in his class, and yeah, you were in my dream the other night. And he starts like getting famous for this. Like, this is the guy. They started calling him Freddy Krueger because he comes to you in your dreams. And at the beginning, all he's doing is just like, he's just in a dream, and like, you're like, what did I do? Nothing. I just saw you walk by. And he's like, oh, okay. But there's this fascination of what but then these dreams start turning to nightmares, and he starts like raping and killing people in their dreams and stuff. And then people are afraid of him in real life, and they start to like shun him, to where like he can't function in society, and people will think that he's really this person that is hurting people in their dreams. So it's really, really weird. And some of the nightmares, they showed some of the nightmares, and it's really creepy.
Oh,
it's
my
really
God.
creepy.
That sounds really interesting.
It is very interesting. And then so basically the second half of the movie is like how he navigates, the newfound stardom, and then like how he deals with the fact that now he's like, everyone thinks he's Freddy Krueger. And he's not. He's just like some dude. And then there's like you'll see at the end that the sci-fi part comes in. And I won't ruin it, but it's very interesting. People are probably gonna be like, that is not horror enough. But I wanted to put it, because I feel like some of the other movies that I might say, like, everyone's gonna say them, This one, especially since it's produced by Ari Aster, it's definitely something that you should check out. And just for the performance of Nick Cage in and of itself, it's got a 91% on the tomato meter. So
wow.
you should check it out. Dream Scenario, or Scenario, whichever one you want to call it.
Ooh, let's take a poll. I say scenario.
I say
Scenario.
tomato.
Tomato meter.
The tomato meter. All right, back to Vin. 15.
15 for me, and I will. We didn't really say this on the recording aspect when we started, but I would say that my like 11 to 20 are largely interchangeable. So this is like I'm at the point of my list where I'm not sure exactly where things could stand even next week if I made this list. But my number 15 is The Conference, by directed by Patrick Eklund, the Swedish film. The synopsis is: public sector employees battle not only their own discord, but also a bloodthirsty killer during a seemingly innocuous retreat. I think this has one of the most boring posters of the year. And I think people likely steered clear of it because of that. But I think it's also one of the most fun horror movies of the year, at least for me. We get kind of a horror comedy slasher that's filled with colorful characters, most of them greedy. many of whom get a proper comeuppance with fun kills. The killer ends up adopting a mascot mask that they have for their business project. That it's whether they're at the retreat, which these employees are celebrating. It's the effect of this mask, I think, is equally goofy and creepy. Kind of hit the right tone. It's that tone that I really like in the movie. It is that equal parts goofy, but also, it's got the shocks and everything too. One of the main joys for me is seeing some of the actually decent and often though incompetent characters kind of band together and try to defend themselves against this killer, often to humorous effect. So this is a movie that had me laughing a lot. It was easily, just for me, one of the most fun watches of the year. Kind of like Thanksgiving, except not as juvenile somehow, as Thanksgiving was. I'm not usually a slasher person, but I do like this type, and I had a lot of fun with this.
Yeah, I am a slasher person, and I like this movie, but it's in my honorable mentions because of the fact that I was so busy, I had to watch this with English dubs.
Ooh.
And it killed it.
Yeah.
It killed it.
That'll kill any foreign film.
So I'm going to go back and rewatch it, with the, what is it again?
The Conference.
No.
Swedish, right?
Swedish. Yeah. I'm going to go and watch it in its original language. Because honestly, really, a bad dub can just destroy a good movie.
Yeah, it distracts.
Yeah. So
yeah.
I kept thinking about that doesn't sound like that person would sound, and that's so stupid. That's not the right cadence, and that's not the
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go back, but I liked the killer. I liked the kills. The people were, like you said, they were mostly unlikable. But I liked the ending too. The ending was pretty cool. So yeah, I'm gonna go back.
But
and that
unlikable in an entertaining way.
Yeah,
I would say. There were some other horror movies I saw this year that the characters were so unlikable, I just didn't have fun being with them.
Mm-hmm.
These are entertainingly unlikable characters. So at least
yeah. I agree. This was one of the most fun watches of the year for me too. It's also an honorable mention for me. It's my number 25, so just outside of the list.
Cool. All right, Taminator number 15.
Alrighty. Number 15 is Megan. A brilliant toy company roboticist uses artificial intelligence to develop Megan, a lifelike doll programmed to emotionally bond with her newly orphaned niece. But when the doll's programming works too well, she becomes overprotective of her new friend with terrifying results. I loved how this was able to laugh at itself. I love Allison Williams. Jessica and I had talked on our podcast about how some of these PG-13 movies should have a second hard R release, for adults. And I think this one would have really lent itself to that. But the kills were good for Blumhouse PG-13. I know there's 2.0 coming out, and I'm looking forward to that. Because it's a franchise, I think it would be easy to get behind, because with, the nature of AI is that you could make as many sequels as you wanted without having to retcon or explain anything. So, I mean, it lends itself to that. And I just thought, I know there was some CGI in here, but I worked so hard to try to figure out, what was CGI and what wasn't. So I thought it looked really, really good also. So, yeah, it was different. I know this is probably on the horizon where we'll see a lot more of these kind of things, but I thought this was a good one out of the gate. So, yeah, Megan.
Yeah, more of an honorable mention for me.
Yeah, I thought it was fun. It was really fun.
Yeah, me too. It was better than I expected it to be, for sure.
It was more thoughtful than I expected it to be.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yes.
On the nature of toys, and there's that really good scene where she's. It's been a while now since I've seen it, but I remember basically the little girl and Megan are in that room and they're being watched.
Comforting her, and then she
the way that
singing.
Megan is, that was actually really well done. It was surprisingly thoughtful. I thought it dropped the ball a little bit in the end for me, but
and of course the dance went completely
viral,
crazy viral. I was like, why does she have to dance here? But it's because she's a little girl. That's why.
But that was one of those good marrying of the CGI and the real person that I was talking. Yeah,
is the word marriage? Medical in
marriageness. The marriageness.
The technical term.
Yes.
No, I like. Yeah, it was cool. It was really cool. So Megan, I'm glad somebody put it in there. Jess, 15.
My number 15 has already been mentioned, and it's Husera the Bone Woman, which is on Shudder. Did you give a synopsis for this earlier, Vin?
I did.
Yeah, but you could do
Okay,
it again
perfect. No, it's okay. I think people probably know. But I'll just say that I felt personally really connected to the main character, and I agree that the drama in this movie is executed better than the horror, because I was also left kind of like wondering about some of the mythology behind the Bone Woman. And I plan on going back and rewatching it to see if I missed anything, but I just connected so deeply with the main character and her story that it really put it up high for me. But that's kind of like just a personal opinion, I guess.
Yep.
I still think it's good and people should watch it, but yeah, the drama is better than the horror for sure.
All right. Again, haven't got to it. I'd like to see it. So. Number 15 for me has been mentioned. It's Sick. Again, this was early on in the year. I think it came out in January 13th.
Yeah, it was really early.
And was not expecting anything like that, just coming straight onto Peacock. But it was actually a really good year for slashers. And this was a really good slasher. This guy, John Hyams is the director. And he did one a couple years ago called Alone. And it was a woman that was alone and being chased by a killer. You'd probably remember it. It was pretty good. So he's one to watch. I thought it was a really good, what am I trying to say? Good story. I like the way they kind of used the pandemic. And look, frankly, at that time, I was just sick of anything having to do with the pandemic. I don't want to hear about it anymore. But it took a good angle on it, and it didn't make me sick. Get it? It did make sense. Like I could see something like that happening, absolutely. But it had some really good like stalk and chase scenes. The killer was really good. The mask was creepy. So yeah, for sure, a highlight of the year for me. So
I stepped away when Tammy had mentioned it, but it's an honorable mention for me.
Yeah.
It was good. It was Kevin Williamson that wrote that one. Right? Yeah.
Yep.
Which
from Scream fame.
Yeah. Which the thing is about Kevin Williamson and even like the Scream movies, it's like I enjoy them when I watch them, but I never really have a desire to go back to them. So that's kind of what kept this movie off my top 20.
You don't go back to Scream?
That's the only one, but the sequels are all one and done for me.
Yeah.
And it just Kevin Williamson. I don't know if it's something about the way that he writes his villains, but like it shouldn't be that hard to stab somebody. Like the amount of tripping that these killers always do, and how hard it is for them to plunge a knife into somebody. It gets kind of comical at times. Knife attacks are and should be brutal, and they rarely are in these movies. But anyway, rant over.
That's funny.
Okay. Back to you, Vin, number 14.
That's right. And I'm glad that you could bring this one up because of something even that was mentioned when Tammy was talking about Megan. So my number 14 is Boogeyman, directed by Rob Savage, an American film.
It's the Boogeyman.
The Boogeyman. Don't want to insult him. The synopsis.
There's a pretty bad movie from the 90s called Boogeyman. So
I think I remember that one.
Yeah.
Synopsis: high school student Sadie Harper and her younger sister Sawyer are still reeling from the recent death of their mother. They're not getting much support from their father, Will, a therapist who's dealing with his own intense pain. When a desperate patient unexpectedly shows up at their house seeking help, he leaves behind a terrifying supernatural entity that preys on families and feeds on the suffering of its victims. And of course, based on the Stephen King short story, the same name. And I think I remember Tammy not liking this one at all, if I remember correctly. But I did.
Sir.
Yeah, but I took my son to this one, and what I liked about it is the same thing that we kind of mentioned with Megan, and we can mention, I think, with a lot of PG-13 horror movies that have come out over the past, maybe 2 or 3 years. I think the quality of PG-13 horror movies has really risen. Not that they're always going to offer exactly what an adult wants. They're not always going to hit a home run, but I just feel like what PG-13 horror used to be, especially in the early 2000s, it was abysmal. And now it's just the quality is a lot better. So, I thought that this was a movie that was appropriate for younger horror fans, but it wasn't insulting their intelligence. This is almost like, for me, a prestige level popcorn film. And it doesn't rely on cheap jump scares. The scares, I think, were earned and they created tension. It builds on mood and atmosphere, and it takes its time to flesh out the characters. It invests the audience in like the emotional drama of a family that's grieving for the loss of a loved one. And I think it's really anchored in a strong performance by Sophie Thatcher, who played the teen protagonist. And I like how it builds up the boogeyman creature, for the first 2/3. It's like a slow burn that doesn't reveal too much. But then the last act, it really rewards the audience's patience by giving it some fun creature set pieces. And it doesn't, I think, overexpose the creature. So, I think that it's got a lot of similarities to Lights Out, which came out a few years ago, but I think this is a far better script than that movie. To me, this is like an improved version of Lights Out. So, and it's in my top 20 because I could totally see myself like watching this with my son again. Like I could go back. I might not choose to go back to it alone, but I would have no problem whatsoever if my son's like, "Hey, let's watch a movie." I'd be like, "Yeah, okay, let's sit down and watch it." This was fun. So that's why, for me, number 14.
All right.
Nice.
Taminator.
Alrighty. My number 14 is VHS 85. Unveiled through a made-for-TV documentary, 5 chilling tales of found footage horror emerged to take viewers on a gore-filled journey through the grim underbelly of the forgotten 1980s. So as far as the VHS franchise goes, this wasn't the best, wasn't the worst for me. And with all anthologies, some are better than others. But I did like that more than just the usual wraparound story wound its way through this film. It was a sound entry in the franchise for me, which I appreciate. Almost all anthologies anyway. But the one thing that the VHS movies, in my opinion, always get right is how freaking good their CHI is, and thus their CGI is, and thus their kills and creatures are. So, like, seriously, what is their secret? But anyway, yeah, VHS 85.
Yeah, this would be an honorable mention for me.
Good.
I don't know what it is about the VHS films, though. Am I the only one that has a really hard time remembering them?
No.
Like, after
you get them
completely blur with me.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to remember the segments right now, and I really can't. But I know I had fun with it.
The only one I remember is the kids on the boat getting shot with arrows.
Oh, that's
that
right.
one's
Okay,
so
now
hard
I'm starting
to
to
watch.
remember more. Yeah.
Yep.
And the wraparound was they found that creature and didn't know what it was, so they were studying it. There was the weird one with the lady that got stuck in virtual reality. There was that was painful. That was so bad. And then the lake story continues. Then
fun payoff.
Yeah, and then the last one wasn't so great. The kid that was mailing in the he was seeing things before they were happening, and his dad was
that's right.
Yeah, so. But ask me in 2 months if I remember all that. No.
Right. Yeah. Like on my own, I wasn't able to remember like 90% of that. But again, it's just I had fun with it, but that's why I couldn't make a top 20 because I just could not remember anything about it.
Yeah.
All right. We are at number 14 for Jess.
All right. My number 14 is Saw 10. I was pleasantly surprised by how good this was. Honestly, I'm not like one of the hugest fans of the Saw franchise. I don't dislike it at all, and I haven't seen all of them. But it's just that cheesy style of like the crime early 2000s and the lighting and the palette and stuff and the camera movement isn't like my favorite. So this might actually be my new favorite Saw movie because it just like looks really good and they're doing a lot less of that cheesy stuff. And it's just a really good story. And Jigsaw is awesome, or John Kramer. So I just thought it was really cool. Of course, all of the kills were awesome. And this one actually had some heart to it that I really appreciated. Obviously, John Kramer is still a psycho, but I don't know. It's kind of cool to be on his side a little more. So. Yeah. I guess if people don't know, this is about John Kramer. I think that's supposed to be between the first and the second movie.
I believe
if I'm correct. And so of course he has cancer, but somebody else from his like cancer support group looks better all of a sudden, and he runs into him out in the wild, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I had this procedure done. Check out this website." And John Kramer goes to Mexico to have this magical procedure done. And that's all I'm going to say about it. But
isn't it like a $50,000 or something? It's a big price tag for this procedure.
I don't remember how much it is, and it's later revealed that it's different for everybody. So I can't remember, but yes, it's supposed to be very, very expensive.
Yeah.
But,
no, I think this is the best Saw movie since the first one.
Wow.
I mean, it's a better made movie than the first one. The first one was kind of like a real indie. You know what I'm saying? It didn't have a whole lot of budget behind it. And,
none of those people were famous yet.
Kind of ruins the movie for me.
Carrie Ellis.
I couldn't stand it.
It's pretty bad.
This is really good. This is a really good film. Yeah, and I agree. Feel bad for Jigsaw.
Totally. And if anybody wants to watch it, you can rent it for $6 on Prime or Apple TV.
$6. All right. My number 14. No one's mentioned it yet. It is Influencer. Anybody seen it?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Really like this film. Again, it's borderline horror, so to speak. There are horrific things, but this is about a crazy lady who basically tries to kill somebody and steal their identity as a social media influencer and the lifestyle that goes with that, and kind of things spiral down hill for her as this girl's boyfriend shows up, and as she's trying to do this again with another girl. And I just enjoyed it. I really did. I thought it was a good script. Thought all the acting was good. I think that it's a pretty modern type of horror. Like, this is something that could not have happened, even 5 years ago.
Right.
Because of all the AI and things that she's using to make this happen. And it's just kind of like that biting social commentary too. Like, I'm going to do this. Like that was the creepiest scene in the movie, like where she's sitting there at the fire and she's like, "This is what I'm going to do to you." And of course, the girl thinks that she's playing around. She's just kidding. But this is what I'm going to do to you. You have this many followers, whatever. No one's going to even notice. No one's going to even notice that I'm not you or whatever. And I'm just like, man, that's just biting social commentary. So yeah, I think Influencer is a really smart, really slick film, and it's pretty too. It's pretty to look at.
Is.
And the girl who plays the crazy lady, people will know her because she's very distinct looking. Her name is Cassandra Nod. She has a very large like brown birthmark on her face. But she is really actually really beautiful. And she really does a good job in this film. And it also stars Emily Tennant and Sarah Canning. I've seen Sarah Canning somewhere before. I don't know where. She was in Z. Remember that movie? With the kid? And she was also in the Banana Splits movie. That's her magnum opus. Yeah, so I believe Influencer can be watched on Shudder.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it can or not. It can? Yeah. You can also, Prime, Apple TV, Vudu. But yeah, I would say that it's more like thriller with a few horror elements, but I enjoy it, so I wanted to include it. Influencer.
Yeah. This is another one that would be a honorable mention for me.
Okay.
I liked it. Yeah, it's more of like a one-time watch again for me, but I did like it.
Yeah.
Same.
All right, Vin.
Yeah, number 13.
3 more to go until pee break.
Yay! So my number 13 is Moon Garden, directed by Ryan Stevens Harris, an American film. The synopsis: the film follows a young girl named Emma who slips into a coma and finds herself in a surreal industrial dream world where she is haunted by a monster who feeds off her tears. So like the setup of this story is like a little girl trapped in this dissolving marriage. Like the father is overworked and stressed, and he seems to be like the sole provider of the family, while the mother appears to be emotionally unstable and maybe manic depressive. And this is like it's a dark fantasy that I think is reminiscent of like The Wizard of Oz and Alice in Wonderland, where a little girl is navigating a world that in many ways doesn't really make sense or hold to the laws of nature and logic. The character is like so young that she just kind of goes with it and doesn't realize these things don't make sense. It is a very young actress who is performing all this. Basically the landscape she journeys through is one of like industrial decay and fairy tale themes. And the little girl's consciousness is like sometimes aware of what's going on around her, because I said she's like she's in a coma. Like she kind of notices like paramedics or her parents arguing. And along the way, she's also remembering moments with her parents, some of which are revealing to the viewer. I think one of the interesting dichotomies, like for me at least, was seeing the child's interpretations of her parents versus what I'm seeing as an adult viewer, which isn't necessarily the same conclusion. But really the family story is kind of a fairly small and contained and is overshadowed by the engaging like visuals that the movie provides, including like this chattering teeth villain that stalks a little girl through the dream world. And I just think it's an interesting and visually satisfying movie that I really enjoyed. Again, I don't know how many times I'd return to it. I'd probably put it higher on my list if I thought that I would keep going back to it over and over again. But I was really impressed by what I saw.
Yeah, I wanted to see this, and I actually overlooked it. And this week I was trying to get it in because it looked like it was right up my alley. Yeah, right up my alley. And
we all speak good today.
Yeah.
I'm speaking gooder. But I'm definitely gonna watch this probably in the next week. It looked like it was something that was right, something I'd like.
I don't know, Mark, because it's from a child's point of view, and
it's okay.
Might strike out again, like Skinamarink.
That's completely different. Okay, answer this question for me, Vin. Do they put a camera on a tripod and make you watch the same thing for 10 minutes?
The camera moves, Mark.
Okay, there you go. I'm good.
It's a revolutionary new filming technique.
Oh, wow. Yep. Very good. Yeah. All right, Tammy, number 13.
Mine's been talked about. It's Appendage. And the only thing that I think I would add is just that I really loved that it was like a metaphor or allegory or whatever for mental illness, which I could appreciate, which, you have that aspect of the movie set against this crazy basket case looking monster, yet somehow it works.
Yeah.
So yeah, I loved this movie.
Very good. Very good. Again, available on Hulu. Jess, 13.
My 13 is also a Hulu movie, and it's called No One Will Save You, which I'm thinking that by now people know that this is an alien movie. I think when I talked about it on Rotten Roundtable, I was trying to leave that out, but this is an alien home invasion movie, but it's also so much more. And I really love the performance of the lead actress, who is Caitlin Dever. And she just does so much with her face throughout this movie. And we're really with her for most of the movie. So she needs to be able to pull that off, especially considering the fact that she barely has any dialogue throughout the entire movie. So, yeah, this one was just like fun and different and fresh. I enjoyed the ending for what it was. And I was just looking at this guy, Brian Duffield, who directed it. He doesn't have a ton under his belt. His only other directorial movie, his directorial debut, was Spontaneous from 2020. Did you guys ever see that one? It was like a rom-com, but kids exploded spontaneously.
Yes, I remember that.
Oh, I remember that. I didn't see it, but I remember that. Yeah.
I really like that movie. So I think that that's cool that he has these are both like kind of unique movies, that he has under his belt now. And he's mostly done writing, and he wrote for Love and Monsters, which I love. He did The Babysitter and The Babysitter Killer Queen, which are both decent. So yeah, he did the screenplay for Underwater. So he's got some cool stuff under his belt, and I'm excited about what he might bring to the table next. But I just really had fun with this movie. So yeah, check it out.
Yep. Honorable mention for me. It was good. It was really good. She just wouldn't shut up, though.
Yeah.
No dialogue in this movie. My number 13, again, talking about the fact that it was a really good year for slashers, and I'm a slasher fan. I really liked It's a Wonderful Knife. Did anybody else see it?
I saw it.
Did you see it? Yeah.
I did.
Did you like it?
I didn't really like it. I was telling Tammy I think she might actually like it. But personally, it wasn't really for me.
Tried to get it in. I just didn't.
Yeah.
But I also said I think it'd be a good one for me and Landon to watch together. So I might wait for when he's here.
No, I really liked it. It's just it's a nice rated R bloody violence slasher movie, but it's also a holiday movie, and it's also kind of funny. So because it's got Justin Long, who's kind of unrecognizable. Did he have some sort of a dental work thing, like new teeth, or is it just for this movie?
Oh yeah, he just had fake teeth in for the movie.
Okay,
and contacts.
So. Yeah. Joel McHale is in it. Jess McLeod, Catherine Isabel is the mom in it. Jane Widdop and Cassandra Nod, who is an influencer, girl with the face birthmark.
Yeah.
Well,
just a quick correction: Catherine Isabel was the gay aunt.
The gay aunt. Okay.
Not the mom.
All right. Who was the mom? I don't see her on here. I forget. Yeah. But it's a good cast. A year after saving her town from a psychotic killer on Christmas Eve. By the way, the killer looks awesome. It's really cool. Christmassy outfit. The white porcelain kind of faceless mask is kind of like a Christmas ornament. And it's got a hood over top of it. So a year after saving her town from a killer on Christmas Eve, Winnie Carruthers' life is less than wonderful. But when she wishes she'd never been born, she finds herself in a nightmare parallel universe and discovers that without her, things could be much, much worse. Now the killer is back, and she must team up with the town misfit to identify the killer and get back to her own reality. So it's a cool little premise. if you like something like Totally Killer, I don't think this is quite as going for as much comedy as Totally Killer.
I'm sensing Happy Death Day.
I don't think it's that comedic. There is some comedy in it. Even Happy Death Day is, I don't know. I need to watch that again to see like how much comedy is in it. But this was just, good kills. I love a good Christmas horror film. It's a solid, entertaining film. If you're a slasher film lover, you'll like it. You'll like it. And again, it doesn't take itself too seriously. And in a year where we get Thanksgiving and It's a Wonderful Knife, come on.
Yeah.
You cannot ask for more when it comes and Sick. There's some good slasher films that came out. So yep. So that's it. Then at 12.
My number 12 is like the movie on my list that I have moved around so often. And that is Beau is Afraid.
Mm-hmm.
So directed by Ari Aster, an American film. Synopsis is a reserved man who makes regular visits to a therapist to manage his anxiety, finds himself challenged when he embarks on a tumultuous and emotional odyssey to get home to his mother. So this movie has been described as a surrealist tragic comedy horror film. It's like Odyssey-like story that is filled with absurdism, and I think it seeks to like bring the viewer through a multi-part journey of anxiety. You've got the titular Beau, played to a T by Joaquin Phoenix. He does a great job in this. He finds himself in a number of strange scenarios while he's trying to get home to his mother's funeral. And like he starts in like a crumbling apartment building in a city that seems like it's from one of like Cannon Films' Death Wish series in the 80s. Like people are being stabbed on the sidewalks by a naked man, like a body's decaying in the street, like everyone's preying upon everyone else. It's nightmarish, but it's also like hilarious at times. Again, this is like it depends on your sense of humor, I think. Like there are other places like Beau goes. Like he's in idyllic suburbs, he's in like a hippie commune in a forest, like a mansion. There's all these different settings, and they're all insane in that Wonderland sort of way. Like, and they're all violent and they're all absurdly amusing. And I think that's the thing about this film. Like, you have to have it. Like, if you have a dark sense of humor and appreciate the absurd, you'll be laughing throughout the film. If you don't, you will absolutely hate the experience. And I found it funny as hell. Like, that being said, even though I enjoyed myself, 3 hours is a lot to ask of a viewer. Even though I was enjoying myself while watching, I did start to feel the minutes tick by. And plus I have to admit, I wasn't wild about the very ending, to be honest. I kind of wish there was something a little bit more going on there. Just the direction it took felt not too satisfying to me. But nevertheless, I liked the movie, and I think parts of it were brilliant. So, even though each part of the story feels distinct and separate, the story still has momentum. But I don't necessarily see myself dedicating 3 hours to watch it again anytime soon. So that's why I couldn't put it higher on my list. And I just have all these mixed emotions about this film. But I couldn't deny that there were times where I was completely captivated, or that I was laughing out loud because it was one of the funniest things I saw during the year. Just some people randomly exploding and crap. Like, it's just, really funny things that to me are funny, at least.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, that's why at this point today, it's at number 12. I have no idea if you asked me tomorrow.
Nice. This is when I told myself I had to watch before the end of the year, and I didn't. It's just that runtime was just so daunting.
Same.
But I'm going to make myself watch it at some point because it's Ari Aster. So I'm going to. I just haven't yet.
Mm-hmm.
Mark, did you see it?
Yeah, I liked it a lot.
Okay.
But it's again, it was one of those kind of like Dream Scenario. I was on the fence. Mm-hmm. And I only had room in my top 20 for one kind of fringe horror movie. So I'm glad you picked it. That way they're both represented.
That was the other thing, is I heard that some people didn't really consider it a horror. So I was like, well, I might put that one on the back burner because I got to watch stuff that I know is horror.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Tammy, 12.
My number 12 has already been mentioned, and that is Blood. I don't have much more to add other than what Mark said, but it's just, again, that theme, of like, how far will a mother go for her children? That's like the theme of the year, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's an underseen film. I really do.
Oh,
I don't think
100%.
a lot of people, because it came out so early and it just got lost in the shuffle, I think.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
I agree.
Jess, number 12.
My number 12 is Infinity Pool from Mr. Brandon Cronenberg. And it follows James and M. Foster, who are enjoying an all-inclusive beach vacation in the fictional island of La Tolca when a fatal accident exposes the resort's perverse subculture of hedonistic tourism, reckless violence, and surreal horrors. And this is a movie that I did not enjoy watching, but I cannot deny that it left an impression, that I think about it regularly since I've seen it, that it had some really cool and unique visuals, and some absurd performances. So
James!
I did not.
I hear her saying that all the time.
I
Mia
know.
Goth.
I did not enjoy spending time with any of these characters. But it's still a really cool concept. And I just love, freaky mind F movies. So I had to put it on my list, even though I did not have fun with it. But still I'm still excited about Brandon Cronenberg and what he's put out so far. I preferred Possessor. That was really high for me the year it came out. But that was
excellent.
Yeah. But yeah, he is I hope he's making his papa proud, because he's making me proud. I'm totally digging the concepts of his movies so far. So
yeah.
Yes. Infinity Pool, which you can watch on Hulu right now.
Mm-hmm.
Another one that would be a honorable mention for me. I definitely liked it, but like you said, the characters are insufferable. And it was just, do I see myself wanting to spend time with those people again on a rewatch? And I was like, no. So
yeah,
that's why it's just not. If we did like a top 25, it would be somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, honorable mention for me. I think I need to watch it again. I think I need to give it another go. I enjoyed it, but it was just one I think I need to soak in again, because it was just a lot. Like, I don't know, like, if I understood quite everything that had happened, so.
Yeah.
Is it my turn? Yes, it is.
Yes.
My number 12 is one that I don't understand why people aren't loving this movie, but Dark Harvest. This is just, again, like Moon Garden, where it's just kind of like a fantasy, like a stark fantasy fairy tale. This is the same sort of thing for me. It's directed by David Slade, who did Nightmare Cinema a couple years ago, which was an anthology. He did Black Mirror, a couple of things, 30 Days of Night. Come on now. And Hard Candy, which is
I love Hard Candy.
Yes, which is a great
Me
film.
too.
We're not gonna mention that he did Twilight Eclipse. We're not gonna mention that, but he did.
Dark
Dark
probably
Harvest,
bought a house with that one.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
it made $300 million. So.
Yeah.
Dark Harvest is a chilling tale set in a cursed town where every Halloween becomes a brutal battle for survival. During the fall of 1963, the terrifying legend Sawtooth Jack rises from the cornfields and makes its way towards town, where gangs of 18-year-old boys stand ready to slaughter the murderous scarecrow before midnight. Among the boys is Richie, a rebellious outcast yearning to break free from the town's curse, driven by his brother's victory the year before. As the hunt progresses, secrets are revealed, leading Richie to a shocking discovery and a fateful decision that could break the vicious cycle once and for all. This is based on a short novel called Dark Harvest. I believe it's I don't forget who wrote it, but I just like the fact that it's just weird world. You're not quite sure, is this supposed to be Earth? Is this like a different Earth? Like where, it's 1963 and all the cars are old and the people, but it seems like it has like a modern aesthetic to it as well. And I didn't quite understand it. I just thought it was weird, and I liked that. And I'm telling you, the practical effects on Sawtooth Jack are fantastic. I think I mentioned, I thought it kind of reminded me of Pumpkinhead, not in just the way it looked, but just kind of those practical effects. There's some really good kills, and it's just a really good, like, I love these kids are out trying to have this adventure and trying to hunt down this Sawtooth Jack and win their ride out of town. For some reason, they're cursed and they cannot leave the town. And there's a nice twist at the end that explains like what is really happening. I really, really like this movie. It got no love whatsoever. No love. So
I'll give it some love.
Yeah.
It's an honorable mention for me. It's my number 26.
Yeah.
So I really liked it too. And I was telling Tammy, I don't know why it's just me and Mark.
Yeah. I mean, it's got a 69% tomato meter, which isn't terrible for a horror movie because the tomato meter is the critics. But here's where I get audience score 48%. What movie were you watching? Like, I don't understand that. Like,
I don't understand it personally. I thought it was really good.
Of this cool pumpkin-heady scarecrow, awesome kills.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks good. It sounds good. The music is good. Like, I don't get it.
The performances are good.
I don't get it. I just don't.
Yeah.
So.
I'm with you, Mark.
Yeah. Dark Harvest. Yeah. I would love to see like this get more love. So I'm gonna bang the drum on it.
When it came out, it was getting a lot of love. I felt like I was in the minority for not liking it.
No, I don't. It didn't get a lot of love. They took this. They did the Salem's Lot to this thing. It was supposed to be released in the theaters. They took it out, and they didn't even put it on a streaming service. It was just like, oh, you can rent it on VOD. That's the worst thing you can do. It's not getting any exposure. There might have been some people in the horror community, but when you're talking about exposure for these movies, there's got to be some people that like don't normally watch horror that will go see it. Like something, if it's in a theater, somebody's going to go see Scream 6. Oh, I'm not a big horror fan, but I'm going to go see Scream 6. That sort of thing. Like, it didn't get any love. It just, I don't know, maybe the producers or whatever did not have faith in it, and because of its weirdness. But yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
Dark Harvest. All right, this is our last one before our top 10 and our potty break. Vin, number 11.
Number 11. So this is another one that I was moving around on my list a lot. And I settled on 11 at least today. So it is Renfield. Directed by Chris McKay, American film. Synopsis: Renfield, the tortured aide to his narcissistic boss, Dracula, is forced to procure his master's prey and do his every bidding. However, after centuries of servitude, he's ready to see if there's a life outside the shadow of the Prince of Darkness. And this movie was more fun and gory than I expected. There's something of like a superhero angle at work, where Renfield eats bugs in order to gain his superpowers, which I think is fun. It feels like a movie that exists more in a comic book world. Nicolas Cage's Dracula is highly entertaining. Would I want that Dracula in any other setting? No, I wouldn't, but it works well here. And like there are some like side characters with some great comedic timing as well, especially the people inside his support group. The second half just gets like surprisingly gory and blood spattered, and it had me laughing out loud while I was watching all the carnage. There's a subplot involving what's the actress name? Aquafina, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
As like a good cop trying to bring down some mobsters, and it doesn't really entirely gel with Renfield's story, but it also just kind of contributes to having a higher body count in the end, so I didn't really mind. But again, this is definitely more fun than I'd anticipated, and I can see myself watching it again. Which is that's a lot of what this list ends up being about, is rewatchability for me. And Renfield is something that I wouldn't mind, owning and putting on again just for fun.
Yeah.
So number 11.
I'm gonna break rank here. That's my number 11 as well. So really enjoyed it. Thought it was a scream. It was hilarious, really gory, and Nick Cage just hams it up. Mm-hmm. And I love how they kind of superimposed him into the old Dracula movies.
Yeah. Yep.
That was really cool. Really, really cool. And I mean, what's the guy's name? Chris McKay. He's the screenwriter for the Dungeons and Dragons movie, which, by the way,
it was a fun movie.
Is phenomenal.
Yeah.
I never got around
Tomorrow War. He's the executive producer on the Lego movies. So yeah, he's done some cool stuff. But that's why you probably felt it was a bit superhero-y.
Yeah.
But so fun. It was fun. Yeah, so number 11 for me too. All right, Tammy, you're number 11.
Has been mentioned, and it is Thanksgiving. The only other things that I would say is yay that it was at the theater. And I saw it with my son, which, made it even funner. And I love Gina Gershon, but she is 61. So her pregnancy was a kind of a little bit like,
oh yeah, that is weird.
Was weird.
Yeah, but she doesn't look 61.
No, she doesn't, but
she could pass for 40s. I mean, that's still kind of like, to be 40 something pregnant is not the most normal or common thing.
Right.
But I get you.
I
think they should have got Lynn Shay. She would have been better. She'd have been more believable.
Wow. I would love to see this becoming like a franchise, and I'm not sure if that's planned, but something like this coming out every year at Thanksgiving, totally sign me up. So
well, let's go every other year. There's got to be quality control. Okay.
Okay.
Don't put them out every year like those Saw movies in the 2000s.
You guys get the details. Get back to your people. Let them know what they got to do.
That's right. Yep. All right, Jess. Finish us off here for number 11 for the first half of this. What's your number 11?
My number 11 follows a world-weary detective who's hired to investigate the murder of a West Point cadet. Stymied by the cadet's code of silence, he enlists one of their own to help unravel the case. A young man the world would come to know as Edgar Allan Poe. So my number 11 is The Pale Blue Eye, directed and written by Scott Cooper, who also did Antlers, which, I really had high hopes for, ended up not loving, unfortunately.
Loved it.
I know you loved it.
I
wanted to love it so bad. But I did love this.
I'm sorry for you.
I love this, and it was I think it was the first movie I watched in 2023. So it has staying power. And the performances from Mr. Christian Bale and Harry Melling were both great. I loved all the side characters too. The atmosphere is just perfection. So this is on Netflix. I feel like a lot of people had missed it when it came out at the beginning of last year. So if you never got around to it, I would urge you to do so because it's a really good movie. So there.
All right. Pale Blue Eye. I did want to mention that if you do like Antlers, you should probably go back and watch oh man, what was I getting ready to say? I forgot now. There was another movie that came to my mind, but anyway, don't worry about it.
Think about it while you're going potty.
Yeah. I'll thinkle while I tinkle.
Yeah.
God.
That was really bad. It was really bad. Okay, we're going to take a quick break here so we can empty our bladders, and we're going to come back and knock out this top 10 for you. We'll be right back.
Yay. BRB.
And I'll be right back.
BRB. Yep.
All right. Just letting everybody see. Did you see my new puppy?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Aww, so cute.
She is stinking cute.
Wow.
Stinking cute. Like I needed a puppy in my chaos. Everybody ready?
Yep.
Ready.
I would say if something gets repeated, try to keep it minimal so we can move through, because we're heading on the 3-hour mark here coming up shortly. So,
Okay.
alrighty then. All right, we're back, and it's time to get into the top 10 of 2023. Top 10. So, Vin, what is your number 10?
My number 10 is, judging by the IMDb score, I don't think is a popular pick among most people. And we talked about it a little bit before we started recording, but that is From Black by Thomas Marches, maybe. An American film. The synopsis: a recovering addict is presented with the chance to learn what happened to her missing son. And as Mark and I were talking about, and I had brought this up earlier in the year on a Rotten Roundtable, this is very reminiscent of A Dark Song from 2017, another slow burn, and so reminiscent that at times it just feels like an American remake of that film. There are some fundamental differences, though. And I will say that, I was a big fan of A Dark Song up until the last 5 minutes. I think the movie ultimately mistakes vengeance for justice, and that the resolution is wholly misguided. I don't think that movie is saying what it thinks it's saying. And that's a shame, because up until the last 5 minutes, I adored that film. So while From Black doesn't achieve the creepy atmosphere of A Dark Song, I don't think it suffers from the same thematic confusion and fumbled ending. As far as the plot is concerned, and I'm going to be repeating myself from the round table because I'm looking at my notes here. Instead of a grieving mother performing a dark ritual in an empty house with a male guide in order to punish the killer of her son, we have a grieving mother performing a dark ritual in an empty house with a male guide in order to resurrect her dead son. So it's very, very similar. And yes, the plot is similar, but I think there are enough differences that it makes this movie its own thing. The score, which will also remind somebody of A Dark Song, is stellar still, with the creaking strings, and I love the deep bass. We have a really kind of nice creature design that is used sparingly, I think, to really good effect. The main character, who is this recovering drug addict racked with guilt, I think is very well written and also well acted by Anna Camp. She's flawed, and she makes these rash decisions, but it all works within her character's arc. And the supporting role of Abel is also played really well by John Ailes. And again, the IMDb score right now is a 5. So I definitely like this movie more than most, but this atmosphere and the story just really work well for me. It just really hits my sweet spot, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. No, I like that movie a lot, and I think why it's got such a bad thing is because so many people just associate it with, this is just a rip-off of A Dark Song, because A Dark Song is actually a pretty popular, it's almost like a cult, it was your number 1 of the year, right? What, that year?
It was high up.
It was high up. I remember
it was pretty high up, I think, yeah.
Yeah, so I think people just didn't give it a chance. You know how that goes, sometimes people just don't give it a chance.
Yeah.
If it's a quote-unquote remake. But I thought it was really good, and Anna Camp was really good in it. And a lot of people don't realize that she's the blonde-haired, perky chick in Pitch Perfect, So she kind of goes brunette. I think she's a regular brunette, but she just lets her hair go brunette, and she's just really, this is a serious role, and there's no singing in it. So, yep. That's a good pick. That's a good pick. From Black. And I believe that's on Shudder, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, Tammy, number 10.
This is a criminally underseen, underloved, and underappreciated movie called Unwelcome. Londoners Maya and Jamie escape the urban nightmare to the tranquility of rural Ireland, only to discover malevolent, murderous goblins lurking in the gnarled ancient wood at the foot of their new garden. When heavily pregnant, Maya's relationship with a local family turns sour, who or what will come to her rescue, and to what extremes will she go to protect her unborn child? So there's that again. Like I said, this is a hidden gem of the year. I had so much fun with this. Such a beautiful setting in the Irish countryside. And I loved the main actress. I love the creatures, the home invasion, the maternal horror, the folk horror. This movie has everything. I had such a good time with it. So, Unwelcome.
Yep. It's a honorable mention for me.
Yeah,
I like little.
I really like the ending.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was an unexpected
I wish.
ending.
Yeah, I wish I understood it more. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm trying to remember. There were certain things that just didn't work for me. I think there was like tonal issues. But I liked the movie overall. I just kind of wish that I liked it more in the end. But yeah, it would be an honorable mention for me.
That's fair.
It reminds me of more like I got a little black comedy from it.
It's not everything. That's like what Vin said. It did have I didn't mind the tonal shifts, but there was a lot. I mean, there's some really deep, darkness and some funniness. It was a little all over the place, but I didn't mind.
Yeah. I need to return to it. I did enjoy it, but I need to return to it. It was March when that came out.
Was
so,
it really? Oh
yeah,
my
March.
gosh.
Maybe we
March
can all
14th.
rewatch it for like St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah, do that. And we already did the Hallows. Remember that? That was a good one. That was a little bit more same kind of thing, Irish folklore, right? But yeah, I thought it was. I definitely think it's a little underseen and underappreciated. Yeah. All right, Jess, number 10.
My number 10 is Evil Dead Rise, which I don't think I need to provide a synopsis for, so I won't. But I will say that while I was hoping they would do more with the setting than they did, I really wanted some like crazy deadite-ness in a skyscraper. I did like the kind of fresh spin on the story by having a family involved and having kids, and horror happening to kids and kids not necessarily being safe. And I just think that the thing that really made this high for me was Alyssa Sutherland's performance of Ellie, our main Deadite, was probably my favorite performance of the year.
That was great. It was great.
Yeah. Out of the franchise, this is probably my least favorite. Still, pretty high rating because it's just an impeccable franchise. But her performance really saved it for me. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. There's some things that could have been done better. I think the writing wasn't perfect, but still overall, I think it fits in. And I just like that they did something fresh with it. And Lee Cronin hasn't done a ton aside from this and The Hole in the Ground, which I also liked. I didn't love it, but I thought it was pretty decent. So I think it's really cool that Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell, took a chance on like a fresh director and writer and let him take the franchise where he wanted to. So yeah, just a fun time. One of the only movies I saw twice this year. So, nice. Evil Dead Rise, can't go wrong.
All right. My number 10 is one that I don't think anybody else has seen. It's called The Elderly. Anybody?
I'm currently watching it. I'm halfway through.
Okay. I don't know what happened. This always happens. There's like 3 or 4 movies this year. There's one called Old People.
Yeah.
There's one called The Aged. There's one called The Elder. Why do they come in trios like that? I don't understand that. This is a really, really good film from Spain. Fernando Gonzalez Gomez is the director. He also directed a film a couple years ago called The Passenger. Not the Passenger from this year, but that was okay. Rosa commits suicide, which is the catalyst for the progressive physical and mental deterioration of Manuel, her elderly husband. Mario, his son, decides to bring him to live with his family, despite the fierce opposition of his new wife, who's expecting a baby. Naya, his teenage granddaughter, is the only one who trusts Manuel, whose dementia is getting worse and worse by the day. The family's new living situation will continue to go rapidly downhill until it literally becomes a matter of life and death, leading to a dramatic climax, which will take place on the hottest night of the century. I think this is like really, really well shot. Got a lot of really good atmosphere. It's dark. It's grim. I don't mean this in a bad way. Like, old people sometimes are really creepy. Really creepy. And there's some, I mean, I'm just going to be honest, man. There's some creepy naked old people in this film.
Why they always got to be naked, though?
I don't know. But it's mysterious. There's something supernatural going. It's not just like crazy old people. There's like something supernatural going on. The ending is really really fun, really weird. I really liked the performance of Naya. Her name's Paula Gallego. She's the teenage daughter. She does a really good job. And there's some grossness. Like the old guy like cuts himself and puts something inside of him. So it just and they show it. It's I really like it. I really, really like it. There's some good gore in it. If you haven't seen it, you can rent it on Apple TV, Vudu, Prime Video.
It's on Shudder, actually.
Is it on Shudder? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't get it on Shudder, so
this is one of those ones I was saying where like I didn't realize that this was on Shudder, and then I looked it up. I was trying to look up where I could watch it. I'm like, oh, it's on Shudder, and then now I'm watching it.
Yeah. Yep, I really like this movie and think it needs to get more attention. And the performances from some of the old people are very, very creepy, very, very creepy. And I have not seen the other movies, Old People and The Aged. I haven't seen those. They don't look interesting to me. They're not going to be as good as this. I'll tell you that. So
I'll have to report back on the next Rotten Roundtable.
Tell me what you think.
Did the grandpa look familiar to you? Is that the guy from like The Platform or something?
He looks familiar, but I don't know where he's from.
Okay, I haven't looked it up
I'm
yet.
I'm not great at that, like looking at that and then knowing exactly where somebody's from. Like some people can do that, but he does look familiar.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, back to Vin, number 9.
Number 9 has been mentioned, I think, by Tammy. That's Cobweb. So a film with some really, striking imagery, very fairy tale type plot. I really love the atmosphere, especially of the first half. It's told from a child's perspective. The parents are like genuinely unsettling. The mystery of the noise behind the wall builds really well. And the second half has a reveal that it doesn't entirely make sense, or at least what we see in the explanation that's given for it can be kind of silly. But granted, like a lot of this movie doesn't really make sense. And a lot of it is dreamlike and fantastical. Like, why does the family have a pumpkin patch for a backyard? Like, it doesn't make sense. Why is the home's interior so much larger than it should be when you see the outside of the house? And I'm okay with that because of the dark fairy tale atmosphere and the child's perspective. Everything is a little off, a little unreal. And I do really like the high energy zaniness of the third act. It kind of goes Sam Raimi in some ways.
Yeah.
There's a lot of weirdness that I'm willing to accept and embrace. I just thought that like the backstory in particular could have made more sense. At least maybe went in a slightly different direction. right? If I'm remembering correctly, all these movies I've only seen once, so I'm doing all this stuff on memory. But perhaps like leaning into the fairy tale aspect more firmly. Like, and I'm trying not to be spoilery, but like essentially we see somebody acting in a way that almost seems like supernatural when, according to the backstory, they're not really supposed to be supernatural, you know?
Mhm. Yeah.
So I kept getting confused. I'm like, that should mean that you could basically defy gravity, you know? So anyhow, it was just, you know, and that sort of thing, I guess, shouldn't bother me considering everything else that's going on in the movie. But it distracts me a little bit. But, you know, I think the film still effectively switches its tone from quiet dread to like madcap schlock. And, and you know, and overall, it worked for me. It's definitely something I'd add to like a semi-regular Halloween rotation in the coming years.
Mhm.
And I don't know, like I said, so this is the kind of movie I don't know if I rewatch it, if I would like it more, or if it would go up or down. It's one of those things that's kind of in the air for me.
Yep. Yep.
I'll
Good
just say
creature
I saw
design.
I saw that the dad was Homelander from The Boys, and right away I knew I'm not going to trust that guy.
All right, Tammy, number 9.
Oh. All right.
Uh-oh, she's laughing.
Yeah, no one else will have this, but I don't care. I stand behind it. Bury the Bride. Bride to be, June's Bachelorette.
It's this high on your list?
Yes.
Okay.
It was higher, actually. Bride to be June's Bachelorette getaway turns deadly when someone shows up to crash the party. And I amended that IMDb synopsis so as not to give away anything about what happens, as you need to go into this blind so that you are blindsided like I was. This wins second place for the most fun I had with a movie this year awards, which is my own personal little award that I just announced.
Did you send Scout Taylor Compton a little statue or something?
I did not, but I
Okay.
should. I would say among its stars that you would know are Scott Taylor Compton and Chaz Bono, and it was written and directed by Spider One, and it is a criminally underseen movie. Bury the Bride.
You can see that on Tubi.
That's right.
Yes, you can.
Oh,
Yep.
man. Bury the Bride.
I won't ruin it by saying what number it sits at on my list.
Okay. You mean
It is a fun movie.
Your entire list of everything.
My entire list for the year.
All right, Jess, you're number 9.
All right, my number 9. I'm surprised this hasn't been brought up yet. So I'm thinking people will have it maybe higher on their list. I don't know. We'll see. But it is Demian Rugna's When Evil Lurks, which
Never heard of it.
Well, I don't believe you. Centers around a remote village where 2 brothers find a demon-infected man just about to give birth to evil itself. They decide to get rid of the body only to end up unintentionally spreading chaos.
You can't move the body. Some of these rules, I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the rules and the mythology part of it, and I like how all of that kind of naturally unfolds throughout the movie. I did have some problems with it, and I did not enjoy it as much as Terrified. But I just like how ballsy it is. It just shows a lot. It takes you to places you don't expect it to take you, and you're probably not going to see anywhere else. So I appreciate that. It's really this like cascading series of unfortunate events. And it's all because of this one idiot. You know, he just never makes the right decision throughout this whole movie. So it's just a movie where you're watching this one dude just make the worst decision possible over and over and over again until, you know, we get the conclusion of like, well, if you keep making the wrong decision, what are you going to get eventually? But it was enjoyable watch. I think that's a word I can use. Enjoyable. I have watched it twice, and it is really good. And also, Damian Rugna did a segment in Satanic Hispanics, and that's an honorable mention for me. That's probably my favorite anthology of the year. But his segment in that is pretty terrifying and awesome. So, Keep doing cool stuff, Damian Rugna.
Yep. No, he's definitely when he puts something out, it's something that you need to watch. So very, very nice.
I'm trying to remember, is that one on Shudder?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was fortunate to see it at the theaters.
That's cool.
Yeah.
It was good. It was good. All right, my number 9 is The Last Voyage of the Demeter.
Yeah.
Yeah, really enjoyed this film. I know Vin said he didn't like it as much as, say, myself and Tammy do. But this is basically the voyage from London to the United States, right? No, from Dracula's homeland to London. This is kind of where he, picks off all the crew members one by one in this thing. So it's basically based on one chapter of Dracula, the book Dracula, about this crew, and it's the Demeter chartered to carry private cargo, 50 unmarked wooden crates from Carpathia to London. Strange events befall the doomed crew as they attempt to survive the ocean voyage, stalked each night by a merciless presence on board the ship. And then when it finally arrives off the shores of England, it is a charred, derelict wreck, and there is no trace of the crew. Really good film. Really good cast. I think that Liam Cunningham is one of my favorites. Even going back to Game of Thrones and stuff. I didn't really even know anybody else. I think I'd seen David. What's his name? I don't even know how to say his last name. He played Wojciech.
Dastmalchian.
Yeah, I've seen him in something, but I'm not sure.
He's in a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, but nobody else really stood out to me like I knew them from something. But Liam Cunningham is the captain. He's phenomenal. I love the set of the ship. It is well shot. It's well scored. It's got really good. Yes, there's some CGI in it, but it's also got practical Dracula effects. Javier Botet is Dracula in this film. You'll know him from just about flipping everything. He's the main guy. Like if you want somebody to look scary, like in a costume, he's the guy that's gonna be in it. He was the weird, tall, lanky thing at the end of Wreck. He's
like human. He's like human CGI is what he is.
Yeah. He's like really tall and skinny. And I'm not sure what, I think there might be something like a condition that he has. I'm not sure, but yeah. Watch this movie. This is, again, I don't understand the 49% on Tomato Meter.
What?
Yeah, it's got 75% audience score, but only 49% Tomato Meter from the critics. And the only thing I can think is maybe it's a tad too long. Comes in at an hour and 58 minutes, so 2 hours, but it's very claustrophobic. I mean, you're stuck on this ship. There's nowhere to go. They run out of food. They've got, something's picking them off. It was solid. It was very solid. So, Last Voyage of the Demeter. All right, Vin, number 8.
So I'm not sure if 8 is a cheat or not. It kind of skirts some of our rules.
Okay, well, if you think so, it probably is a cheat. No.
So I am declaring it is not a cheat. This is number 8, right? So it is The Sudbury Devil, directed by Andrew Rakich. So an American film.
Wait. Sudbury.
As in Sudbury, Massachusetts. Yeah, The Sudbury Devil.
Okay.
Synopsis. In late 17th century, 2 Puritan witch hunters travel to a small Massachusetts town, investigating rumors of devil worship, and are irrevocably transformed by the ungodly forces they encounter. So this is the first feature film from one of my favorite YouTube content creators. Atun Shea Films is the channel. Produces, I think, entertaining history-themed videos that are generally informative, well-researched, and often hilarious. I'm personally fond of his Checkmate Lincolnites series, where he uses split screen to depict both like a Union and Confederate soldier. And he basically dismantles the lost cause myth with like a healthy dose of humor. And pulling off those videos requires a good amount of historical research, but also mastery of film editing techniques. And he does it really, really well. And his historical interests generally mirror my own. And considering that he thinks that Ravenous is one of the greatest films ever made, he obviously has good taste in movies. So I was excited when he announced a few years back that he was going to make a no-budget horror film about New England. And he had the misfortune, though, of announcing this like a few weeks before COVID hit. And production was delayed for well over a year. But during that time, his channel's popularity exploded. And by the time he was able to finish the film, like he did have some more money, but it's still basically a no-budget film. And he had enough of a YouTube following that he decided that he could release the movie on his own, which is where the kind of semi-cheat thing's happening. So this movie is available to stream online, but is not available in all the different streaming services. You have to go to the website to do it. So it is basically like a wide streaming release, but you have to know where to look. And it's so again, that's why this is somewhat of a cheat. But I did watch it, and I'm certainly glad that I did. I watched this past week. I fit it in, and because it's a movie for me and people like me, people who love horror and are total nerds when it comes to history. So this movie is unlikely to satisfy the casual horror fan. It's very low budget. It mostly takes place in a forest clearing. The plot is pretty thin. The special effects vary wildly in quality. Some will make you laugh a little bit. And there's only 6 actors in the whole movie. There are a few more shown briefly without any speaking roles. And some parts come off as cheesy, but if you're already attuned to the director's humor, those things will be endearing to you. You know, they won't like put you off. So all that being said, sorry, I know I'm being long-winded. There's a little more. All that being said, The Sunbury Devil, I think, is a good little horror film. Like, it respects the time period in which it takes place in terms of the material culture, the historical references. The actors even went so far as to learn early New England accents, and they pull them off consistently well. Rakic, he's well-versed in the time period, and the product shows. The story takes place in the aftermath of King Philip's War, a little-known war that took place in New England between English Puritans and Native Americans that was filled with like many terrible massacres. And these 2 witch finders, John Fletcher and Josiah Cutting, they investigate claims made by a Sudbury man who claims to have seen evil spirits in the forest. So they have him lead them to a clearing where they find a strange stone, and soon they all start kind of falling under this satanic spell. And the film gets very trippy and artsy in places, but it's never too high-handed that it forgets to throw in vulgar humor and gratuitous like sexual deviancy. And it ultimately, I think, finds a good balance. Overall, the acting is far better than one can usually expect from a no-budget film like this, with one actor in particular, Matthew Van Gessel, who practically steals the show as like this wild and squirrely character named Isaac Goodnow. He's very kind of like Renfield-like, but he is excellent in it. And the score is also really, really good. So I don't want to oversell the film. Like if the idea of a low-budget Robert Eggers film appeals to you, like I think you should check it out. Right now, it's like a $20 purchase or a $10 rental on his site. And if you're not already a fan of his work, I can't tell you to go spending that kind of money. I am a fan, and I wanted to like monetarily support him. And I'm not somebody who has much disposable income, so it was a very kind of deliberate and conscious choice on my part. But I know he does plan to eventually have it on streaming platforms at some point in the future. When he does, I do think people should check it out. But again, this is one of those movies that's very much within my zone. So that is The Sudbury Devil.
All righty.
Nice.
Well, I just bookmarked it. I
put it on the watch list.
I've got some disposable income. I'm gonna throw $10 at him. So
nice.
Very nice.
Well, I don't, so let me know when he's streaming.
All right, Taminator, number 8.
When Evil Lurks. Not much more to say about it. Just definitely some of the most hard to watch scenes, like in a good way, from the year. So unsettling. Great story.
Goat scene. Dog scene.
Yeah.
It's the dog scene for me.
Fat, gross guy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ah.
I love the goat scene.
Yeah.
I think it's funny.
Yeah. Yeah. All righty. Jess, your number 8.
My number 8 has surprisingly been mentioned, although not surprisingly, if it was going to be mentioned, I'm not surprised it was Vin that mentioned it. And it's Moon Garden.
He does have great taste in movies, doesn't he?
He does. Well, our tastes align, so really,
Yeah,
I'm just
they
saying
do
that my
often, yeah.
tastes are awesome. So, but yes, it is a great movie. I really like it. I love the visuals. The director, Ryan Stevens Harris, he hasn't directed a ton of movies, actually. He's done some shorts, but other than this, I think he's only done one other full-length movie in 2010 called Virus X. He's mainly an editor, and he did everything for this movie. He wrote, directed, and edited it. And the little girl is actually his daughter, Havenly Harris. So that's adorable. And it blends an array of media and practical effects, including stop motion animation. So the visuals are just so cool. This reminds me of a much prettier version of Tideland from Terry Gilliam, if anyone ever saw that. Just that kind of concept of being in this little girl's head, kind of, although that is a much grittier movie, but still very whimsical and dreamlike. And I just loved it. And I thought that the little girl was so good.
She's
I guess
young.
Yeah,
she's
so
like a
young.
toddler. Yeah.
Yes, to like carry this movie. So I just think that it's just really visually something to see. And yeah,
All right.
that's it. I liked it a lot.
2 votes for Moon Garden.
Yep.
My number 8 has been mentioned. It's Sister Death. It's just my kind of film. Thought it was, it's a little slow burn. It's atmospheric. I love a good, creepy nun. Got an incredible score to it. It's got a great look to it. It's shot extremely well. And I had no idea it was a prequel to Veronica until I finished it at the end, and I was like, "Oh, had no clue." So that was kind of cool. And it was a little bit higher on my list when I first watched it, but there's a few things that I watched that knocked it down. But yeah, I really enjoy Sister Death. So there you have it. Then number 7.
Such a Mark film.
Number 7, a movie that nobody's talking about. It's criminal, and that is Dark Harvest.
Yep, told you.
That's why I was conspicuously quiet when you guys were talking about it before.
Nice.
But yeah, David Slade. I love this movie. I thought it was great. Just to kind of add what you guys were saying, there was a lot that spoke to me in this film, right? I was fascinated by the world that it created, the kind of early 1960s setting, the whole lore of Sawtooth Jack, who's like part Pumpkinhead and part Pinata. It seems like the kind of odd ritual that the town performs for reasons it barely remembers. It reminded me a lot of like Shirley Jackson's The Lottery, where like a small, seemingly average town performs like this deadly ritual, but it doesn't even remember why. It's just something that they've always like done, and they're too afraid not to continue it. There's talk about like this ritual kind of keeping the crops healthy, but as viewers, we can't really be confident that's like a legitimate reason. But yeah, the story offered kind of enough interesting narrative twists to keep me engaged and wanting more. And it's another movie that I could definitely see going on a semi-regular Halloween rotation in the coming years. So that was great for me to get multiple movies that I could say, kind of put in the Halloween collection, Halloween season collection, which I'm very happy about. So yeah, Dark Harvest. I agree with Mark that, and Jessica, that it deserves more love.
Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord. All right, Tammy, number 7.
My number 7 is Sisu. Deep in the wilderness of Lapland, a Tommy Corby is searching for gold, but after he stumbles upon a Nazi patrol, a breathtaking and gold-hungry chase through the destroyed and mined Lapland wilderness begins. I've never seen anything quite like this. What a ride. This is one of those movies where you like are literally yelling at the screen in a good way. And like, I was just so tense the whole time. The performances of our two main characters, Yorma Tamila as a Tommy and Axel Henny as Bruno, I thought were just stellar. The atrocities and kills in here are just gut-wrenching. It's some of the most gore you will see on the screen in this past year. There's not a lot of dialogue, and it kind of feels almost like a grindhouse movie. So while that may not be for everyone, it certainly was for me. I wish I would have seen this on the big screen, but I missed it. But yeah, Sisu. Anybody else see it?
I haven't
one
seen
that I wanted
it
to check out, but I didn't think it was a horror film from the advertising.
It's horror adjacent, probably because of the gore and the that kind of thing.
And the real life horror. I mean, the atrocities, World War II. So there's that. If it's not a horror movie, I don't know what else you would call it.
Yeah,
No.
it's definitely horrific, right?
Yeah. Yes.
All right.
It's really good.
Thank you, Justin.
Yep.
Yes. Highly entertaining.
Jess, number 7 for you, please.
All right. This is when I start to come in with series. So
get
ready.
More.
So, first series on my top 20 is Dead Ringers, starring Rachel Weisz as both of the twins. And she is amazing. The series creator is Alice Birch. And she has already confirmed there's not going to be another season. And I was thinking about it because at first I thought that the way that they ended the series was to set it up for a second season. So it was kind of confusing to me that she went into this like, nope, and just wanted to do this one season and done. But now thinking back on it, I'm like, okay, no, I guess it could go either way. So I think that it was done well enough to where you could be satisfied with just the single season. But the cinematography throughout the season is amazing. I love Rachel Weisz in this role as the Mantle twins. And so they've obviously put a fresh spin on it already by making the twins women instead of men. And they start their own birth center. And one of them is kind of the more social twin who, puts on a good face and gets funding and all of that, while the other one is very scientific and just wants to work in the lab. And she's the one who really wants to make birthing like a better world for women in general. But there is a lot of nasty twists and turns. There's some stuff in this that was kind of reminiscent of Birth Rebirth as well. And I just think that, especially the performances from Rachel Weisz, her ability to play these two characters as well as she does is just astounding. So I really, really loved the series, and I just thought it was so messed up and entertaining in like the most messed up way. So I would recommend it to people because I haven't heard a lot of people talk about it, and it definitely needs eyes on it. And it is a Prime series, so you can go watch that on Prime.
I watched the first episode. I need to come back and finish it because it was good. I just got overwhelmed with stuff.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I was going to say there's no way you stopped watching it because you thought it was bad.
No.
It's impossible.
Nope. All right. For 7 for me is, I believe this means it's the old, everyone has said it. Let me look. Nope, not yet. Not yet. But I believe that this will be the case. And that is When Evil Lurks, for me, is number 7. Yep. Not much else to say about it. It was really good, really visceral, really, I didn't necessarily understand all of the folklore and all of the rules and things. That's not for me. That's an Argentinian thing, right? Is that Argentina? Is that where it's from?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there were things that I didn't understand, but I don't care. It was a demonic infection, and it just kind of took over every place. And the best scene in the movie, I think, is when he's in the car And
yeah,
the person beside of him on the car, that was creepy.
yeah.
But I just, yeah, it was really like sobering sitting there in the theater. I believe I was maybe the only person in the theater.
Oh my God.
I think
I'd
it
be
was.
so scared.
I think it might have been like a one night only type screening. And I went, and it was like 10 o'clock at night, and I went. Yeah, really enjoyed it. So,
Sobering is the perfect word
yeah.
to describe that movie. Yeah.
Yep. So as far as just like a straight horror movie that like unsettles you or whatever, this probably should be higher. But a lot of times I rate my movies on how much fun I have with it. This is not a fun watch. This is like
Yeah.
a little disturbing, little, creepy, like, oh, I don't think I want to see that again.
Yeah.
So yeah, there wasn't a lot of laughing. We talk about like we're in a theater and we're laughing at the way people are dying. There was no laughing in this one. There was like, oh.
No.
Yeah. So, all right. Vin, number 6.
Yeah, I'm just going to follow you right there because my number 6 is When Evil Lurks.
All right. Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, the feel
It's
bad
not a
movie of the year.
trifecta.
Right?
It's a fourfecta.
Yeah. Is this the first one that's been all 4?
I believe so.
Yes.
So, yeah, this movie has that atmosphere of grim pessimism, which I don't usually take to very often, but it's kind of coupled with such fascinating world building that the whole experience became much more palatable for me. Like I was deeply intrigued by this world of like government employed cleaners who abort demons before the possessed can give them birth, and how possession is created as like a sort of like deadly pandemic that has to be contained. It's the dread in this movie becomes so thick that a character dying is almost a catharsis because it's one less person you have to worry about.
That's so true. Yes.
Like I don't know if it's a movie that I would return to often, but it is one I can see watching again at some point, which is usually not true for dark and depressing horror films like this. Which is kind of why, it's not like a number 1, but it's also still in my top 10. So yeah, it was definitely one of the best like pure horror experiences of the year, and I could see myself going back to this. So yeah, When Evil Lurks for number 6.
Yep. And I believe it's the only one that's so far. Yep. That is number
all of our
7
top
for
10.
me, number 6 for Vin, number 8 for Tammy, and number 9 for Jess. There you go. All righty, Tammy, number 6. Man, we're rounding the corner, man. We're almost there. Come on.
All right. This has been mentioned. Last Voyage of the Demeter. All I would add to Mark's wonderful explanation there was that I was so glad I saw this in the theater. It was one of the best theater experiences I think I had all year. It was so beautiful and captivating. I loved that the leads were a woman and a man of color, that no one was safe in this movie, including harm to a child, which always kind of sets you on edge. And it definitely felt like it was setting itself up. Like, I hope they keep going with this. But also it'd be fine if they don't, but I hope that they do. I also love all horror on like ships or planes, which part 2 obviously won't be either one of those things if they keep it going. But I just like that confined, there's nowhere to go. And I thought they captured that perfectly. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I like that
very
one
cinematic.
line. That one line, Liam Cunningham said, I don't know about you, but I'm tired of these MFing vampires on this ship. You said planes. I'm sorry. I had to say it.
I was like, what? I don't remember this.
Did Liam Cunningham say that? I don't think he did. I'll do the Jim Gaffigan. What? All right. Number 6 for you, Jess.
So my number 6 has been brought up by Tammy, I believe. It is Talk to Me from the Filippo brothers. And it's Australian. They've only ever worked on like electrical department stuff and such for big movie, like for the Babadook they did. And then other than that, they have a TV miniseries called Raka Raka that they're kind of known for. So this is like their big film debut. And I think it's a pretty damn good first film. So definitely excited to see what else they do. If anyone wants to listen to a really cute interview with them, I would recommend Postmortem, the Mick Garris podcast that just wrapped up, and I'm so sad. But he had a really awesome interview with them, and they are just like the cutest little nerdiest brothers. They're just like really hyper and sweet and like so excited to be making movies, and just hearing them talk about their experience with making this and it starting to like get recognition and like them meeting, you know, Ari Aster and stuff like that and thinking like, we're not worthy. It's just super endearing. So I would definitely recommend that interview. But yeah, just a great movie, just really creepy. I watched it for a second time today just to make sure I felt like good about where I had it on my list. And I do, and it's good and it's creepy.
Yep. Yes. All right. Number 6 for me. And haven't heard about this one yet. It Lives Inside. I don't know. I'm looking at the tomato meter here. 62% tomato meter. The audience score is 48%. I'm speechless. I'm speechless.
Yeah, it's another one I feel like
is such a good movie. I mean,
I thought it was
the
okay.
whole mythos that it you know brings forth, like things that I guess maybe we in America are uncomfortable with, or oh, this doesn't. I don't know what they're what are they talking Hindu-y? You know, I don't know what could make somebody give this a 48%. Like I don't understand it. The lead in this is such a great lead, Megan Suri, the Mohana Krishnan, who played the girl who was the former best friend that was cursed. She was creepy and good. I mean, yes, it's PG-13, but I really enjoyed myself in the theater with this movie. Sam, an Indian American teen, lives in an idyllic suburb with her conservative mother and her assimilated father. Sam's cultural insecurities grow due to her estranged friend Tamira, who mysteriously carries around an empty mason jar all the time. Like, what is that? In a moment of anger, Sam breaks her jar and unleashes an ancient Indian demonic force that kidnaps Tamira. Sam searches for Tamira, following the trail of a young man who performed a deadly ritual until the demonic entity starts targeting her. So Sam must band together with her parents and a sympathetic teacher to save Tamira and put an end to the terror of the demon. It's just a great movie. It really is. It's a great movie. The cinematography is wonderful. The score and the sound is wonderful. The creature design is awesome. I don't understand why anybody would give this a 48%. And I'm flabbergasted. Yep. It lives inside.
Yeah, I liked it. I definitely think it wasn't very well received for whatever reason. I've only ever heard a couple of people say nice things about it, and I don't really understand why. It is an honorable mention for me.
Yeah, I thought it was okay. Like a solid film, but I obviously didn't like it as much as you did, Mark.
Hey, it's better than the Sudbury Devil. I'll tell you.
You don't know that. You don't know that. How much sexual deviancy was in that one, huh?
Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. All right. So It Lives Inside. All right, top 5. Here we go. Vin, number 5.
All right, it has been mentioned before, and this is one of those ones that, again, I've only watched all these once, and I don't know how it's going to be on a rewatch, what it will do to the position, basically, and that is Evil Dead Rise. So we already talked about the synopsis here. Like, as a horror film, this is solid. It's entertaining. It's got good gore. That nice, creepy, over-the-top performance by Lily Sutherland. Lots and lots of blood and some really fun creative choices. That being said, like, it did feel as an Evil Dead movie, there was, like, to me, almost it felt kind of safe. There wasn't enough of the cringy, uncomfortable type violence that makes you want to turn away or laugh, sometimes at the same time. That makes that franchise I know it's your favorite too, Jessica, but it's one of the things that I like. It's that weird middle ground that it can find. And I wish that more of the kills were shown on screen, especially in the hallway. And it has those things that, like, the certain things that distract me in a film are like inconsistent powers and abilities, where like a character can tear off someone's arm or throw a 250-pound man in the air, but at other times struggles with a 120-pound woman, in a fight, or all of a sudden can't break down a door. Like, it's just that stuff can distract me and bug me a little bit. But I think it's a solid entry into the series. It does feel a little bit paint by numbers for an Evil Dead movie, but I'm okay with that overall. We already know the story. We know what to expect. There are a few surprises, I think. But yeah, I said this when we did the roundtable earlier in the year, but it felt like it was a film made to test the financial waters of the franchise. And now that it's made that money, I kind of hope that the next film will push things and make Evil Dead kind of feel dangerous again. So that's what I want next time. But it's a fun movie. It's number 5 because I feel like I would definitely go back and watch it again. I just don't know what my reaction is going to be the next time. That's all. So,
hallelujah.
Right. I think that's the second one that there's three people have mentioned that. So I don't know. We'll see if I mention it. I'm not sure. It's not that.
Oh, you're not sure.
It's not that good. All right, Taminator, you're number 5.
Well, Ben, I'm sorry to say my number 5 is totally killer. When the infamous Sweet 16 killer returns 35 years after his first murder spree to claim another victim, 17-year-old Jamie accidentally travels back in time to 1987, determined to stop the killer before he can start. So earlier in the year, or last year, when I saw this, I announced that this was going to be my number 1, and it was close. It just got edged out. This is some of the most fun I had all year. I love the 80s-ness of it, and that I was the same age as the mom, so it would be like, if my daughter and I hooked up in high school to solve some murders and watching her try to navigate the world that was the 80s. This has its toe in horror comedy, my least favorite genre, but as I've said before, when it's done right, it can be so good, and it definitely is here. Kiernan Shipka's sarcasm is totally on point. I love it. But I also love, like how female-centric this is, and I just feel like it's a hidden gem that no one is talking about. So, totally killer.
Yep. I liked it. It's in honorable mentions. I just didn't think it was one of the 20 best of the year, but yeah, I definitely enjoyed it. I didn't think it was annoying like Vin did.
Maybe it's our age, Mark. Like, we lived the 80s.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I can see what he's saying about, what's her name? Kiernan Shipka or whatever. How do you say her name?
Kiernan Shipka.
Kiernan Shipka. She plays a whole different character than she does in like Sabrina, which is it's a different character, but she is a little annoying. She's a little,
But I think she's playing the annoying she's supposed to.
Yeah. No.
So.
Yeah, the annoying was okay, but there's also no growth in the character. That was the thing. Like, she should also kind of change over time, and she's her same preachy self.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
you can't do that.
Yeah.
Do better.
Be better.
That's the millennial in her.
Be better.
It's the Gen Z. It's like, it's even, after millennial. Yeah. It's
all right. So totally killer. Jess, you're number 5.
My number 5 is another series, which is called Swarm. And this was created by Janine Neighbors and Donald Glover. Love him. And it follows Dre, who is a young woman whose obsession with a pop star takes a dark turn. And this is also on Prime. It is so fun and scary and awesome. And it definitely needs to be watched way more than it has been. Billie Eilish is in probably the debatably best episode, and she's really great in it. But yeah, this is just like a really surprising series. I feel like it just came out of nowhere. I love Donald Glover's mind. Atlanta is probably like one of the smartest, funniest shows I've ever seen in my life. Not horror, but just saying, he knows what he's doing. So, yeah, it's just like, I love Dre. She's played by Dominique Fishback. Her performance is just like perfection in this role. So I think everybody should go watch it. It's super fresh.
Super fresh, fresh, she's so fresh. Remember that song?
Exciting. So exciting too.
Uh-oh. Get
That's
with
what
it,
you were
girl.
talking about, you guys being of a certain age.
Mhm.
So we're doing
Come
here.
on, man. You know Cool in the Gang fresh. Kind of ridiculous. All right. Number 5 for me. I don't know if it's the second best time I had in the theater or the best time. I saw it 3 times in the theater with different people. And that's Thanksgiving. Yes, it was a little absurd at the beginning with all the F words or whatever, but it calmed down a little bit with that. And I just had such a good time. I was laughing out loud. I mean, people getting cut in half, and it was just great. Just a great film. Didn't take itself too seriously. When he was like, this year there will be no leftovers. I was like, that is a new catchphrase. I love it. And then when he
That's when it crosses into parody territory.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, but I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Because it is a parody. I mean, come on, it's absolute foolishness.
Yeah,
but it's
yeah.
hilarious.
But the kills are actually like done well.
Cool.
Yeah.
The kills are phenomenal. I love the pilgrim like killer disguise.
Yes.
I like all the whole Thanksgiving table scene. You know, when he tries to make the dad eat a piece of oh, yeah. And he's puking. Oh my gosh. I'm just dying.
And it's also like actually brutal and messed up.
Oh yeah. When he puts her in the oven and she dies and the popper goes.
Yeah.
I lost it. I mean, it's just perfect. It's just perfect. I almost thought about giving this my number 1, but I think there's a few better made movies, but it was really, really, really fun. So Thanksgiving.
Nice.
All right. Number 4, Vin.
My number 4 has been mentioned, and that is The Pale Blue Eye. I think Jessica mentioned this, right?
Yep.
I
The only
did.
person that has?
Did you guys
So.
compare notes? Huh?
No.
Is Jessica's number 3 the Sudbury Devil?
Should be.
Should go ahead and place your bets.
I think she might have mentioned this is based on the 2003 novel, the same name. But yeah, I mean, it's Edgar Allan Poe, right? Great acting and setting. I love the attention to historical detail in this film, especially in terms of like the architecture and the material culture. And, it's not a time period that is often depicted. So it's hard to get this kind of era right. And it does. I thought the dialogue in this movie was excellent. Christian Bale really bringing a strong performance, and Harry Melling as Poe. He just completely steals the show. I thought he was terrific in this. We mentioned this earlier in the year when we did the Round Roundtable, but like one of my favorite books growing up was a period mystery called The Man Who Was Poe by Avi. And it like depicts this like often drunk and emotionally tortured Poe trying to help this young boy solve a mystery to find his lost sister in Providence, Rhode Island. And it's like, putting Poe inside a mystery, especially a murdering mystery, is something that I always want to see. You know, it is like I constantly want to see him in that setting. Of course, it's totally appropriate because he at least in part helped to invent the detective genre with his short stories like Murders in the Rue Morgue and The Mystery of Marie Roget, those sorts of things. So I'm always excited to see it, and I'm always disappointed. Right when I do see it, whether it's like The Raven with John Cusack, which was okay, or Raven's Hollow from last year, which was awful. Yeah, so this film was just an absolute joy for me. And you know, I said earlier in the year, the plot isn't the strongest element. I think it's pretty convoluted, and there's not much mystery. The third act is mostly just exposition with characters just explaining everything. But I think the movie really excels when it comes to character development in the period setting and the performances. So yeah, this is definitely one that I would love to own this kind of thing. And you know, when I'm in like my top 10, I'm thinking like I want to own this on like Blu-ray. I'm not somebody who like, you know, ravenously collects, you know, physical media. So oftentimes it's like my top 10, like I want to own this. I want to have it on my shelf. So yes, the pale blue eye for me for number 4.
You haven't purchased it yet?
Is it even available? Because it was Netflix.
Oh, yeah, I hate that. I hate that Netflix's movies don't come out. I heard they were going to put out the Fear Street trilogy.
They should.
And I want
they
Blu-ray
should.
because even, you know,
Yes.
sometimes I'll go into Walmart and I'll see Shudder movies on there.
Yeah.
But they're always DVDs. They're never Blu-rays.
Yeah, you have to order the
And-
Blu-ray online.
and they never have the good Shudder movies.
Yeah,
They're always like really bad ones.
yeah. Which this
The
year
ones
is
no one
all of
wants to
them.
buy.
No.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
90% of them.
Yeah. All right, Tammy, number 4.
All right, I'm going to also enter series territory. My number 4 is The Last of Us. 20 years after modern civilization has been destroyed, Joel, a hardened survivor, is hired to smuggle Ellie, a 14-year-old girl, out of an oppressive quarantine zone. What starts as a small job soon becomes a brutal, heartbreaking journey as they both must traverse the United States and depend on each other for survival. Okay, and I put here, okay, now we're getting into stuff that just blew my little mind. I watched this and immediately watched it again. It was so good. This is like an anthology kind of series combo wherein the episodes weren't linear and didn't follow just the same characters. It had an arching story between Ellie and Joel, but dedicated individual episodes to other story arcs, kind of much like The Walking Dead did in its heyday and what made it so beloved. By doing this, I hope it has opened itself up to years of seasons. If it can keep this momentum going. My only complaint is that it was light on the horror, but what horror I did see was just gut-wrenching, and I hope it is just because, you know, maybe the first season is just kind of introducing the characters and the creatures are more of a background. Also kind of like in the vein of The Walking Dead. I can't wait for this to come back, but unfortunately it's not slated to return until 2025. So that's a little frustrating, but I hope it's worth it. Yeah, The Last of Us.
Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah.
4 for
Agreed.
Jess.
Really good. 4 for me is Godzilla -1. In post-war Japan is at its lowest point when a new crisis emerges in the form of a giant monster baptized in the horrific power of the atomic bomb. Director is Takashi Yamazaki. And I think everybody has talked about the fact that this was created and marketed and all the things for just $15 million, which is just crazy talk. That this movie is so good and looks so amazing. And when people have said to the director, you know, like, wow, I can't believe you did this with 15 million. He's like, I wish I had 15 million because, like I said, it actually includes like everything. So that's not all just put into the movie either. And it is just so freaking awesome. It was so awesome to see on the big screen. I'm so glad that I went and saw it. It seemingly came out of nowhere. Like I know about all the American Godzillas that are coming out, but I had no idea about this until it was already in the theater and started hearing rave reviews. And I was like, I gotta go. And I'm really glad I did. It's just Godzilla done right for the first time in a long time. Not that I don't like the big cheesy Hollywood Godzillas, they have their place too, but this felt like how I felt when I was a little kid growing up watching the original Godzilla movies. But even better because it's like really, really well made. Godzilla looks so good. CGI finally done right.
Heard they used the original music too.
They did, and they used Godzilla's original roar. So very nostalgic.
Yes,
say.
yeah.
When the music cue comes in, you're just like, oh, my heart. And then just like the human drama aspect of it too is just so hard hitting. I kind of wish that they would have taken a little more risk when it came to that stuff, but also everything is like devastated already. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, so it's not necessary. But yeah, it's just a really, really great movie and everybody has to see it. I say so.
Yeah, I really wanted to see this one. I was really hoping it was going to at least be like come out in streaming before we were able to record this, but
nope,
hasn't yet. But yeah, that's one that I'm going to jump on when it does.
Yep.
Love it.
Yeah.
It's an honorable mention for me, and Landon and I saw it in the movie, and it was such a wonderful surprise. And this has been on and off my list, but just in shuffling stuff around, it just because I don't know if it's 100% horror. I put it as an honorable mention, but it's one of the best movies that I saw in 2023. So
yeah.
And Godzilla is legit scary. In the scenes when we get Godzilla, like they're really, really terrifying and really tense. And he kind of like powers up, and you're just like, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap.
Mm-hmm.
So awesome.
Yeah. Got to go see it. Is it still in the theaters?
I think it is, maybe limitedly.
You can't like rent it or anything, so probably still a little bit.
Yep. We'll check it out. All right. Number 4 is a film that I'm sure nobody here has heard of. I'm going back to my folk horror roots here. Love me some folk horror.
Sudbury Devil.
Yes. I watched it while you guys were talking. Oh, that was great. It's called Lord of Misrule. Anybody heard of it yet?
I've heard of it because I think Trey Whetstone mentioned it, who's one of the new co-hosts on Horror Movie Podcast.
Yep. It came out on December 8th. I streamed it on Prime for $6. I love this movie. Love this movie. A priest must decide how much she's willing to sacrifice to save her daughter from the grip of evil. That is so like overly simplified. Remember my number 20, The Burning Girls, and it's a lady vicar who is with her daughter in this same exact thing. It's a female vicar, female priest of this like English chalet town, whatever. Like every single crazy horror movie you've seen, like Wicker Man and all that. It's all that, all these kind of weird characters. She's got a husband and she's got a daughter, and this they're doing this festival where they do all kinds of folk stuff. They're making all kinds of like, I don't know, sacrifices, or just doing all this stuff. And she's kind of going along with it because she just wants to be part of the community. And during the festival, she sees her daughter disappear into the woods with this. It's a guy in a costume of Lord of Misrule, like this. It's like this big. It's really scary looking. And then she's trying to find out the rest of the movie, like, where's my daughter? What happened? And I'm not going to spoil it, but it's one of those, like, it's almost a cross between like Rosemary's Baby and Wicker Man and all of that. It's genuinely creepy in a lot of spots, but the main protagonist, Tuppence Middleton. Yes, her name is Tuppence. As Rebecca Holland. She is also from Possessor. She was in Possessor. She was also in Downton Abbey, A New Era. So she's definitely English. But man, number one, she's gorgeous. But number two, just such a good job in this movie. Like as a mom whose daughter is missing. Also, Ralph Ineson is in it. He was the father in The Witch. Remember him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's in it. Yeah, it's really, really good. If you like folk horror type films, this is for you. There's going to be people that, this is just so slow moving. I don't care.
I don't know. That sounds really good.
Yeah, I liked it. And there's a cool creature. So it's not, it's they're top-notch performances, with those two, Middleton and Innocent. I'm telling you, it's and I'd never even heard of this movie, so I thought it might be a little kind of indie thing. No, cinematography's beautiful, lighting is beautiful, sound and soundtrack and all that, very good. It's very, very good. I'm going to buy this on Blu-ray as soon as it comes out. So
yeah, that sounds good.
Yep.
Nice. It's on my watch list.
Was it on before, or you hadn't heard of it yet? Because I
Well,
was like,
I put
this
it-
one came out in December. Nobody knows about it yet. I'm so happy.
I put it on my watch list just like yesterday or the day before when Trey
really-
Whetstone said it was good.
Yeah, it is really good, and the artwork is pretty cool too. Like it's got this like folk mask. So, yep.
Nice.
All right, top 3. Vin, give it to us.
All right, you guys screwed up your lists. All three of you guys had this film at number 19. And I didn't say anything then. And it's been a couple hours now, and I don't remember what you guys said about it. So this is Birth,
We
Rebirth.
liked it.
Yes. I think you mentioned maybe you did. I don't know. Directorial debut of Laura Moss. And yeah, this is a film that I was immediately drawn in by the opening.
Mhm.
The POV of a woman going through a traumatic surgery. While like this is like this melancholy droning music playing while this is happening. And I was able to kind of rest assured right away that I was in the hands of a competent filmmaker, and the rest of the film really didn't disappoint. Like Jessica, you mentioned the Frankenstein motif that we've been seeing this year. And I really think this film explores it in a very unique and interesting way. The story, it focuses on these, two women who are bonded by the resurrection of a young girl and who both have interesting similarities and differences. Like both are medical professionals, but one is like a clinical pathologist or morgue technician, and the other is a maternity nurse. So like one works dispassionately with the dead, and the other is involved in medicine. And both are mothers, but only one embraces motherhood. One begins to kind of open themselves to new horizons and to people, while the other is making a darker descent. So like these two characters create a really engaging story of like moral dilemmas, and they're both, you guys mentioned, very well acted. I thought especially Marin Ireland for me as Rose the morgue technician. I thought that she was just terrific. I was also really pleased with the angle the film chose to take with that Frankenstein motif. Like it looks exclusively at the biology of females, and I thought, at least as a male, that it did it perfectly. I'm the father of 2 children, and I was closely involved in both of my children's births. And of course, my wife did all the hard work. But throughout it, I marveled at what her body was able to achieve, while also like hiding my horror at the uncompromising punishment that her body went through. Right, in terms of medical examinations and the birthing process, becoming a mother is like equal parts majestically inspirational and Cronenbergian body horror. And I thought like Moss, as in this film, captured that essence with this whole thing and what we see. And I appreciate like how the film, it didn't appear to judge the characters for their actions. Like we don't get the tired trope that's often attached to the Frankenstein story, inaccurately, I think, from the original, that it's like a cautionary tale about men playing God, that men creating life without women or bringing life into dead tissue is a sin. Perhaps because the Frankenstein figure here is a woman or are women, a lot of that can't stick. And like we don't get an indication that Rose reanimating the dead is morally wrong. Though her methods might be. And instead, it kind of brings to light other ethical concerns, which I really appreciated. So I like the script. I like the acting, the themes. I just thought this was a really fascinating film. And yeah, it very quickly shot up way past number 18. Like some freaking losers might have it. But I have it up at number 3.
Hey, buddy,
At least
it was
on
19.
everybody's list.
Get it right. It was 19.
There's only a couple.
It was
movies
19.
that
You're
are
right.
on everybody's list.
Yeah, boy. I'll tell you, it definitely is no Sudsbury devil.
You can't even say it.
I know. All right. Tammy, number 3.
Well, maybe I'll redeem myself with Finn with this one. And this was my number 1 for a while, and then it wasn't, and then it was. And it is From Black. I cannot say anything better than Vin can say it, so I'm not even going to bother.
So
like, I hate following him, but yeah, I just loved how gritty and just the performances were amazing in this, and I just couldn't take my eyes off the screen. The creature was great. Yeah, it's just wow. It's just a wow. So yeah, it's my number 3. And I don't hear anybody talking about this, which I don't understand. Frickin' losers.
You made me proud, Tammy.
You've redeemed yourself.
Yes.
Yeah.
All righty. Jess, number 3.
My number 3 is a South Korean movie called Devils, which follows a determined homicide detective who's assigned to take down a ring of serial killers. And he has a personal motivation, as one of the victims is his own brother-in-law. So this movie I hadn't heard anything about, and then we started asking listeners for lists, and I saw this on a couple of people's lists. So I sought it out, and it was really awesome. And I was like, oh, I can see why this is on people's lists. But the director and writer, Kim Jae-hoon, maybe, this is the only thing that he's done so far, which is just like crazy to me. And the 2 main actors are just so good. There's kind of like a face-off kind of situation, which I don't want to go into too much, but basically the 2 main leads kind of have to play each other at different parts of the movie, and they do such a great job. These are like 2 of my favorite performances of the year. And yeah, it's just like very engaging. I really love the way the movie unfolds. I love the gut punch ending. It's a gem that needs to be checked out by everybody, and I don't want to ruin it by telling you too much, but yeah, it's just really awesome. And one of the actors in this is also in Project Wolf Hunting, which is kind of an honorable mention for me. So he's really good at playing crazy.
You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. What's that from?
I don't know. Sounds familiar.
It sounds really familiar.
Oh, that's from Batman, Michael Keaton. You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. Come on.
Oh, that's right. When he's Bruce Wayne in the
in
the room with Joker. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm next. And I know Tammy didn't like this movie. And she is completely wrong. and it is.
Aren't I always?
It's the Boogeyman. You know,
Oh.
that's my number
Wow,
3.
number 3.
Oh yeah, man. This
I'm
was
not
such
upset.
this was
Surprised.
such a great time in the theater. I love the atmosphere of this movie. My whole family went, and everybody loved it.
Well,
Everybody
that's
loved
cool,
it.
then.
It was equally parts scary and just like I was really taken aback by the filmmaking. It was just really well done. Just like you said, Vin, like they do a good job of kind of hiding that monster until the very end, and they still don't put it out in the full light, so things are ruined, you know. And the main character, the main girl, Sophie Thatcher, she was really good in this. I didn't know Marin Ireland was in this. I said that right, Rita Billings. I don't remember which.
She was the woman whose husband had gone to see
Okay,
the father
yeah,
as a
the one that
therapist. Remember,
killed
she's trying
himself
to
at the
catch the
beginning,
creature or something.
or yeah. But this is just so good. I mean, it's something that I can watch this over and over again. I really, especially with my kids. So
Yeah, it's kind of what I was saying. It's like a great, I think, gateway horror at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
younger
but I mean,
kids.
as far as gateway horror goes, like this is pretty terrifying stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, it was really scary. Like I was surprised at how scary it actually was for a PG-13 movie, and that just proves that you don't need, you know, you don't need like endless F words and nudity and like gore to be scary. You just have to know what you're doing
yeah.
as a filmmaker. So yeah,
I was also surprised at the care they took with the characters.
yeah,
You know, they actually took the time to build them and get to know them, and
yep,
you know,
yep. Loved it. Loved it.
Loved it.
Vin, number 2.
Number 2.
Number
So,
2.
trying to see how many times has this been mentioned. I think at least 2. Okay, so my number 2 is Talk to Me. So by is it Filippo brothers, right?
I think so.
Yeah, when I saw the trailer for this, I honestly wasn't expecting much. I was actually assuming it was more of like the PG-13 like teen horror film that I was complaining about before, you know. And then
The first 5 minutes cured you of that, didn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just talking about the trailer, and then at the end of the trailer, I saw the A24s attached to it. I'm like, wait, what is this? So it kind of made me do a double take, right? And then I started hearing buzz and praise, and obviously my interest was piqued, and I ended up getting a chance to see it in the theaters with my wife, and which I don't get to do very often, but I was thoroughly impressed. I mean, this is a well-paced, well-edited film. It's depiction of teens like finding a clearly dangerous occult item and treating it like a party game. I was sold on that like as entirely believable. As was the depiction of like social media use, which I feel like horror movies surprisingly fumble all too often. Like the lack of caution that the characters show, and perhaps more importantly, the lack of empathy they have for the dead that they channel, I think is one of the most striking features of the narrative for me. And I was just on board for like the overall tone and the dark descent that our main character takes, and where that descent leads is also very satisfying as a story. The acting was good. There were some really effective, shocking scenes. And overall, yeah, I mean, I think that in terms of like just pure horror experience, you know, you've got When Evil Lurks as maybe the top, but this was maybe the most like genuinely solid in every way horror film that I saw this year. It had like this. I can see it has like a clear lasting potential with horror fans. And considering again this is a feature film debut, it's just extremely commendable. So yeah, it's definitely one that I would see returning to again. So yeah, Talk to Me, very impressive.
Yep.
Nice.
Tammy, number 2.
Let's see. My number 2 is a little series called Fall of the House of Usher. Ruthless siblings Roderick and Madeline Usher have built Fortunato Pharmaceuticals into an empire of wealth, privilege, and power, but past secrets come to light when the heirs of the Usher dynasty start dying at the hands of mysterious women from their youth. This was just perfect in every single freaking way. The performances, the story, I am just in awe of someone that can write like that. The way that it all came together, I just am in awe of this whole entire series. So, yeah. Did you guys all see it?
I've
not
yet.
finished it. That's why I couldn't rank it, because I haven't finished it.
Oh my god.
I couldn't have time.
I mean, Vin especially is gonna love it. I know you don't
Yes.
really get shows in, but
I know. I get like maybe 1 or 2 series in a year, so I gotta try and fit this one.
make
in
this
Edgar
one of
Allan
them.
Poe and Mike
Yeah.
Flanagan, and you love both of those things.
No, I do, but then my wife wants to watch series with me. Then I have to talk her into watching a horror series.
Okay.
And
That's where the struggle is.
All she wants to watch is The Bachelor.
You know what? Just tell her that
She doesn't watch reality TV, but I mean, she's always like, she wants to watch something funny, or she wants to watch something where people aren't going to get murdered all the time. And I'm like, come on.
Well, this may not be for her then.
Yeah.
But
I'll seal the deal right now because this is also my number 2.
Oh, man.
I had a feeling.
So now you have to go tell your wife both Tammy and Amateur Destroyer had it as their number 2 on their top
that'll
20
help.
list. That's going to sell
Do you think that'll help?
I'm
funny.
not even going to bother to, that's why I'm not explaining it too much, because there's just too much to talk about. I'm just going to tell you to just like watch this thing. But especially if you like Poe, even in the slightest bit, the way that he was able to weave, Poe's stories into themes for these episodes, I'm just in awe of what he's able to do. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well said.
Well, I will definitely try to finish this before our next roundtable.
I'm going to try and talk my wife into watching it.
Do it.
Yes.
Because I might have told this story before, but there was one time where I was watching a bunch of horror films with her, and then like one day we just because we're also like Star Trek fans, we put on Star Trek, and she started crying. We put it on. I'm like, what's wrong? She's like, I'm just so happy nobody's gonna die. So, I didn't realize I was like creating trauma over time.
Oh no!
So I'm like, all right. I'm like, I gotta, pick and choose when I decide to terrorize her. So.
Oh my god. That poor woman.
Well, the good thing about this is, the deaths in these are in Poe. They're comeuppances a lot of the time. So she'll at least probably be able to get behind it. And it's not super gory, the deaths or anything. Would you say, Jessica? Like, not super gory.
There's some body horror.
Yeah.
Well, I'm excited.
All right. My number 2, this will be another that is all 4 lists. This is Talk to Me. Yeah, I was blown away by this film. Hadn't heard much about it, went into it. And man, it's just such an original idea. Like I hadn't, I don't even know if it's a thing, if that's a real, you go in,
God,
you
I
see
hope not.
you go and you see a movie about a Ouija board or something, whatever, but like a mummified hand or whatever, an embalmed hand. It was just really creative and new, and I felt like that lead actress was just tremendous.
Yeah.
What's her name? Let me see. Sophie Wilde. Just tremendous. Like the look on her face in certain scenes where she's under the influence of the hand or whatever, and then just craziness. I thought that this was, to me, it's like an instant classic. I mean, this is really a scary movie, and I'm glad to see a real scary movie. There's I don't think there's any CGI in this. A lot of good practical effects. All the performances are good. Just frightening, man. Just frightening. Loved it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't let my 12-year-old see this yet. I don't think he could handle it. He'd be sleeping in our bed. I'm serious.
Yeah.
So, and that poor guy, poor Riley, the one, is it Riley,
Yeah.
the one that got tore up. Good gravy.
Oh,
Yeah.
brutal.
And I didn't really see the end coming, the little twist there, until the very, like right before it. I was like, oh, this is what's happening. And so that's always good. That's always good. So very interested to find out what the Philip Hu brothers or whatever are going to do next, because this is your first first feature. Like, I don't even
about it.
Yeah, just almost perfect. Almost perfect. So, all right, drum roll. Here's the number ones. Come on,
All
Vin.
right.
Give it up.
And this is where, again, it comes down to personal kind of favorites, right? Not best film.
Yep.
But this has only been mentioned by one other person. It's mentioned by Jessica. And this is No One Will Save You. Yeah.
Can
Yeah,
I'll
director-
piggyback you
yeah.
because it's mine too. So
Awesome. All right. So
That is so crazy.
I'm really relieved that I'm the only one that has it up here.
I thought I was like, nobody else would even have this on their list. So this makes me very happy.
It's an honorable mention for me.
Do you want to talk about it first, Tim, or you want me to?
No,
talk
go
about
right
it
ahead.
first?
Nope, go right ahead.
Okay. So, I mean, I had heard good buzz, about this movie before seeing it, and it definitely exceeded my expectations in terms of story, tone, execution. I was surprised by how much the film reminded me of the works of Shirley Jackson, like in the best way, right? I already mentioned how Dark Harvest kind of did that, but this one really does it. It's like, it captures her. It's like this seemingly idyllic New England setting that has a foreboding atmosphere, like the nonconformist who is ostracized by the community, the character with a shockingly dark past, etc. There's a lot of things that are like this, and the main character's affinity for like vintage clothes and style only further the connection to Jackson in my mind, whose most famous novels were published in like the 1950s and early 60s. So like the film felt like a marriage between We Have Always Lived in the Castle and M. Night Shyamalan's Signs, which is just such a cool, weird, not a marriage that I would, or what marriageness, whatever we call it before.
Yes, marriageness.
It's not one that I would have expected, but it worked. And again, it's a film that says a lot without actually speaking. At least for the majority of the film.
Literally.
Yeah. It masters the art of visual storytelling. And despite there being little dialogue, the story is still rich and nuanced, and it manages to hold some very pleasant surprises, including like an ending that I found perfectly fitting and satisfyingly bittersweet.
Yes.
I would say the CGI is absolutely adequate.
Yes.
Sure, there are some points where it's more noticeable. But considering how much they were able to pull off with a mid-budget production, I think what they accomplished was really admirable, especially as they still managed to give us some really stunning and haunting visuals, like particularly in the moonlit scenes.
Yes.
Like there's that one very kind of spidery alien that's like stalking her, and it's like on the rooftop. I mean, that was like, it was just such a cool image. And this is a film that just, it kept me thinking about it for a long time after watching it.
Yes.
I had just the sort of the kind of thing that I desire when I sit down to watch a new horror movie, right? And this had it all. It had good writing, it had great visuals, unpredictability, and a bold but appropriate ending. So yeah, it's just, again, it just perfectly hit my sweet spot. I was like kind of blown away by the choices and the execution, as the movie went on, every turn that it took. And then by the end, I'm like, yes, I'm so glad that they went there. And again, if I don't want to be spoilery, but if you know the ending and what everything else, I'm like, that is just so perfect for the themes of this movie. And again, that kind of Shirley Jackson-esque thing, that we're seeing. I loved it. It was the most impressive film for me this year. And it just kept me thinking about it over and over again. That's what gets me excited about these films, when they can do that, where they can have me just keep going back to it mentally. And They don't want to leave my mind in the good way. My number one is No One Will Save You.
How fun.
I'm a little shocked. That that's your number one. Not that I didn't like it. I did. It's honorable mention. I thought it was really good. But
well, I watched it because Mark said it was good, and I didn't know. And he said, there was like no dialogue or anything, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna think about this. But I distinctly remember when it was done, I just sat there on my couch, just smiling and thinking. And I love when a movie can do that to me. And Jessica had told me that she had heard that people weren't liking the aliens, but I don't know. I thought they were just creepy enough. And they weren't overused or anything. And also I think people have this idea that it's like an alien movie, and it's so much more than that. They're just like a part of her story, not the whole story. It's just not like only a girl versus monster aliens movie. It's so much more than that. So
it's an alien invasion film, but it's not really about alien invasion. It's about like finding your place and finding community. And trying to fit in, and it's weird. It's just a weird way to approach this whole thing. I mean, if you think about how little dialogue, but how much story, and how they suggest like this fairly rich alien society too, by what you see. It was really fascinating. Sorry, Mark, you were going to say something?
I'm just saying, if the only community you can find is alien community, then you just got to go with it. All right, Jess, you're number one. I'm interested here. I'm interested.
All right. I hope I satisfy you. Now I feel
I haven't been interested in any of your other 19 picks, but this one, yes.
So this was one that nobody told me about. I literally heard no one talk about it, but it got recommended to me, I think by Amazon. I think it's an Amazon movie, and it is In My Mother's Skin, where we're stranded in the Philippines during World War II. A young girl finds that her duty to protect her dying mother is complicated by her misplaced trust in a beguiling, flesh-eating fairy.
It's on my list of daggone subtitled movies that I cannot get to.
Daggone.
It's very good. The director and writer is Kenneth Degatin. I don't know how. Sorry, I'm not Filipino, but he has one other full-length movie called Ma from 2018 that also looks really cool and folktale-like. So I'll probably try and find that because I was totally blown away by this, especially the performance by one of the children, Felicity Kyle Napuli, who plays Tala, the main girl. She was amazing. I couldn't believe that I was getting this performance out of a child. And it's just like really sad and messed up, and it's like there's already a war going on. And, it's that whole idea of horror happening to those who deserve it least. And it's cool because it's got like this crazy folklore thing going on at the same time that I just loved. I thought the visuals were stunning for this beguiling fairy. So I definitely recommend it. I'm going to double check, make sure that is on Prime. I think it just popped up. I watched something else and it was like, we recommend this. And I was like, what? I haven't even heard of this. And I watched it.
Hey, it's been on my Plex for 6 months. When it works.
Okay, but still, I literally haven't heard anyone talk about it, including you. So
no, I haven't.
You have like 1,000 movies on your Plex.
I just can't.
Seriously.
I just cannot find the time to sit down and watch these daggone foreign films. I'm going to boycott foreign films in 2024.
No, they're the best ones.
Oh, gosh. All right. Very good. Now I got to go watch that. Thanks a lot.
You really do. It's awesome. And I've watched it twice.
Some sort of a cool mask on the cover, right?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. It's not a mask, but
is that a fairy?
A headpiece. She has a
headpiece,
like a gold headpiece. Yeah.
All right. Our number one, This will be the fourth time this is mentioned tonight. That's Evil Dead Rise. This is just, it was such a great time at the theater.
Wow.
Came home, watched it with the whole family again, and they all loved it. Like we were all squirming. And like, what was, the cheese grater. Oh, yeah. Cheese grater on the thigh. Come on, no, on the calf. On the calf. That was disgusting. But yeah, just terrific performances. I thought it was just balls to the wall. Lots of blood and gore and fun. Yeah, I can't ask for anything more than something like that, because it was equally parts fun but equally parts scary. It was like that. What'd you say your name was? Alyssa Sutherland. I mean, she is amazing in this role. Just so like scary and like evil and like that smirk she has.
It's just like the stuff she's saying to her kids. You're like, oh man, that hurts more than the stuff that you're doing to the people in the hallway.
Yeah. I guess she's on a show called Vikings.
Yes. Great
Queen
show.
Haslov.
Well, it was a great show for the first few seasons, and then it gets really weird. But the first few seasons are like, oh, I love it so much.
She was also in the film Blood Vessel from a couple years ago. Remember that?
I sure do.
That was a good film. That was a good film.
Awesome.
Yeah. So, and again, it was rated R, right? It was rated R.
I would think that it would have to be.
But like it was still like, it wasn't like over the top. There was no like sexual stuff I had to like really, protect my kids from or anything. It was just mischievous, gory fun. It was, oh man, when she's out in the hall, looking through the people. Oh, just loved it. Loved it. And
it's awesome.
I mean, the whole, was it a log splitter or wood chipper? Is that what that was at the end? That was phenomenal. Yeah. Or like, it was like I don't know, one of those things that you put metal in and it crushes it. I don't know. It's just so good.
A wood chipper.
So good, so bloody.
And you remember that was going to come out on streaming in 2022?
Absolutely ridiculous.
And then instead they decided to wait so they could do a theatrical release.
Yeah, the right call. I hope they learned a lesson. Like, always send it to the theater. You're going to make some money. Like, I don't understand. Half of these movies, like, I would have absolutely gone to see every single one of these top 20 movies at the theater, but only 8 of them are theater watches, So, yeah, loved it. Evil Dead. And the beginning was great, and how it wrapped around.
I like that a lot. Yeah.
And that whole, like the credits coming up out of the water as she's just iconic.
Awesome opening title.
Iconic. Yeah. I love everything about this, and I like this new girl, that survived, and the little girl, so stinking cute. Like you don't want anything to happen to her. Yeah.
I love Stephanie.
Which one was that?
Stephanie, that was like her doll on a staff.
Okay, yes. Yeah. But like, so I'm interested. I'm assuming that the next one will be her and the little girl have survived. Spoiler alert. And now either the Deadites or whatever are going to come after them wherever they're. I don't know. I don't know how it'll work, but
I think you're supposed to say spoiler alert before you give the spoiler.
I'm sorry if you haven't seen Evil Dead Rise by now. It came out. When did it come out? Early.
I don't know.
Early enough.
It came out in April. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Come on. What kind of horror fan are you?
Yeah.
You haven't seen Evil Dead Rise.
made $67.2 million in the United States, which I think it should be more. They should.
I'm surprised it's not more. I feel like everybody went to see that.
But I don't know what the worldwide is. The worldwide might be more. Yeah. Yep. So, well, there you go. Let's talk a little bit about honorable mentions. We'll just go around. Vin, give us a few honorable mentions. Anything that you just, we don't need to talk. I mean, we're going on 4 hours here, so we don't need to talk about each one, but just list like some honorable mentions.
We've already mentioned most of them. The only one that I'll mention actually is one called Landlocked,
Yep.
by Paul Owens. I think it was supposed to come out in like 2021 or something like that. But it's one of those no budget films. But he does really something interesting. It's like a single location shoot, and he mixes his own family's home videos with the film, and it's almost like a haunted video camera. So again, it's just like literally him and his family. It's like him and his brothers in the movie, and like the father, and it is just like a little family project. But I thought it was kind of cool. For a little no budget film, it was doing some interesting things, and I think if you want to support small projects, people should definitely check it out. So yeah, called Landlocked. You're not going to expect anything stellar here, but I just want to champion something like that because I was impressed with what I saw.
Cool. How about you, Taminator?
The only thing not mentioned really, I liked Pet Cemetery a lot. The new one from this year. It's just that it was. I think everybody had the same complaint. It was so dark that
it's got a lot of hate, and I don't think it's warranted. I think it was a decent film.
It was surprisingly good. Like I wish they would put out a cut where they've cleaned it up so we could actually see what ended up happening.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna include Five Nights at Freddy's just because I had such a good time. I took my son and 3 of his friends, and we had such a good time.
Ain't no shame in it.
Nope.
No, and I will say, like, I don't know anything about Five Nights at Freddy's, But,
no, I don't either. I don't.
But like my son does, and of course I have a lot of students who do, and they all loved it. So that movie definitely did right by its fans. So
100%.
That's definitely worth championing.
And Malum, which was a remake of Last Shift, which I liked the original so much better, but I still thought this one was decent.
Yep.
So, and then everything else has been mentioned. So.
All right, Jess, any honorable mentions?
Yeah, a lot of mine have been said already, but a couple that haven't are Where the Devil Roams by the Addams Family, who did Hellbender. I thought that was a really fun experimental artsy film that's on Tubi. And I thought that El Conde on Netflix was really fun. It's a weird vampire black and white satire. Mm-hmm. I think earlier I mentioned Project Wolf Hunting was really cool. I also liked Suitable Flesh, which is just a lot of fun H.P. Lovecraft.
I'm shocked that wasn't on anybody's list.
I thought it would be on yours for sure, Jessica.
I know. I mean, I really liked it, and it's really fun, and aesthetically it's really fun, but it definitely had its issues. But yeah, I think that's basically it.
That's basically it.
I got two more, Mark, if you don't mind me just jumping in real quick before you go.
Jump in there.
2 others that we didn't mention that I'm realizing, at least maybe I missed it, but Candyland.
Hated it.
You hated it, but I don't think it was all that bad. I thought it was.
I really liked the first 3/4 so much.
Yeah, I'll say. So it's basically about truck stop prostitutes, but it does a good job, I think, of humanizing the sex workers while not glorifying the sex work. And you kind of get to know these characters and actually even start kind of liking them. I thought that like the main villain was just too underdeveloped and kind of weird. But the actress that plays that villain does a pretty good job in that last scene. Like she actually gives it her all. There's a sheriff who I'd never understood his role, really. I didn't understand his place in the whole thing. And the other one that I want to mention really quickly is Spoonful of Sugar. Mark and I, you were talking about we were talking about this before we started recording. Just a one that I watched really early in the year. Really kind of cool story that has a twist to it. Not one that I can see myself rewatching necessarily, but definitely one that's worth checking out. Cool aesthetic going on in that movie.
Yep.
And another one with a really cool ending that you weren't expecting.
Yeah, really cool ending shot too. I love the visual of the
ending.
I don't want to say what it is, but yeah.
So awesome. I agree.
How about that incredible movie, Bad Things? No, I'm just kidding. Please don't watch Bad Things. Don't. You'll kill me. All right. I'm just going to throw out a list. This is one that is not really full-on horror, but we watched it as a family the other day and really, really enjoyed it. We were into it. And then the last 20 minutes or so really became like tense and horror-y, and that's called Missing. Anybody else see that? Where this girl, the whole movie takes place on a computer.
Oh yes, I loved that.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
That was so good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So Missing, a movie called The Passenger. It's about this guy at a fast food restaurant that goes on this killing spree, and he takes this guy that works with him kind of hostage along, and it's actually got some real like emotion behind it. Like, so that was good. Here's one I don't think you guys have seen yet. It's on my Plex. If you want to see it, it's a oh my gosh, 50-year-old brain. Oh, just tell me. It's all different segments.
Daggone foreign films? Is that what
Anthology.
It was? Okay.
Oh my gosh. Guys, when you get to 50, it just happens. It really does. It's just, you can't. It's an anthology. This lady this weird lady wanders into the police department, and she has all this information about all these people who went missing. And then basically the anthology is her telling the story of how all these people went missing. Mm-hmm. And it's actually really good. It's got a good wraparound.
Sorry, what was it called again?
What's it called?
Night of the Missing.
Okay.
Night of the Missing.
Yeah. Raging Grace is okay. That's a decent film. Little Bone Lodge was good. Little indie film.
Watch that one.
Yeah. The Sacrifice Game was entertaining. It's on Shudder. It's not great, but it's worth a watch. Cocaine Bear was good fun.
Mark, Sacrifice Game. What ruined it for me was the girl actor. The
little girl?
Yeah. She's terrible.
You think so?
Yes. Yeah. Painful to watch. I really wanted to like that movie, and she just killed it for me.
Yeah, I don't know what they could have gone in a different direction. Like,
I liked the little
meaner.
Girl. Yeah, I'm not sure what it was, but I liked the other girl a lot. I thought she was great.
Yeah, the little black girl was good.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. There's Something in the Barn. If you like Christmas, kind of weird gnomes or something in the barn. Ghost of the Void was a good little indie film. Loop Track was a sci-fi weird film. Wrath of Becky was great. The Blackening was funny. And Run Rabbit Run I kind of enjoyed, which is on Netflix. So yeah, this is pretty decent year, but nothing like besides for those, to me, like those top 10. Those could do some damage in another year, right? I think so. I mean, we're talking about things that we all put in our list: Evil Dead Rise, Talk to Me, Thanksgiving, When Evil Lurked, Birth, Rebirth. I think those are the ones that we all had somewhere on each of our lists. Mm-hmm. So, but yeah, interesting.
I do want to say for The Passenger, I didn't include it on my horror list, but that was like a 9 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, it was a really good movie.
That was like my second favorite movie of the year. I loved it.
And it is horrific.
Is it like The Hitcher? Is it like The Hitcher?
No. Basically what happens is this guy, this kind of milquetoast guy going nowhere, who's 21 years old, is working at a fast food restaurant. He's getting bullied by a guy that works there, and the guy that is like the janitor there he gets tired of the guy and goes out and gets a shotgun and just blows him and this girl away and kills everybody in the restaurant except for the guy who was being picked on. And he said, "Hey, you're coming with me." So he kind of takes him hostage, but he's actually trying to help him, like, because he doesn't stand up for himself and he's got a lot of issues, whatever. And it's almost like a road trip type thing. They go to different places and it takes you places that you weren't expecting to go.
Does he keep the killing spree going as they're
Kind of.
He beats the crap out of a guy who eventually dies, but he doesn't shoot him. Does he shoot anybody else? I don't think so. He shoots a lady in the leg. I don't want to,
Yeah, okay.
for you. But like, it's after that initial shooting at the fast food thing, it's more of like a road trip
movie,
and we're going to try to help you get your life straight. And I thought it was really good, but I don't know if it's quite horror, but I think horror fans will appreciate it. So that's why I mentioned it. Like,
and the guy from Smile is in it. The one that's like the girl's ex-boyfriend or whatever, the cop that tags along. And he is just amazing in this role. Like, oh my God, crazy.
I think a lot of other people are considering it horror. I've seen it on other lists. So
yeah. I mean, you have to take it. I could have put that in there over Dream Scenario. It would have been one of the other, or Beau is Afraid. I just didn't want to overload my list with, fringe horror, but I wanted to mention it. So, all right. Well, hey, we're not going to give any plugs or anything tonight. We've been going since about 7. All we're going to say is check us out on Facebook, on our Facebook group. Email us at askthehorrorcast@gmail.com. Follow us on Twitter or X at the HCast. Also the Horrorcast on Instagram. Girls, why don't you plug your show real quick?
Go ahead, Jessica.
Sure.
Because I know you got it ready to go. I don't.
I don't know if I have everything ready to go, but we also host Horror Through Her Eyes, and we have the Facebook group page for that as well. There's a little crossover between the two podcasts if you want to hang out with us over there. And we're also on Twitter and Instagram and all the things, and we have a YouTube. Just look for Horror Through Her Eyes and find us.
All the things.
All the things.
All right. Well, hey, it was fun. There's a lot of movies we talked about. A lot of movies. So I'm going to put a list together and count like how many movies we like mentioned. It was good.
Okay, cool.
Very good. Well, 2023 in the books. There you go.
Woohoo! Now I can finally watch Kill All Neighbors or whatever it's called.
Yes. And just to let you know what's coming up for us, I think we've got a series on ghosts coming up. So that's going to be our next series. We don't even know how long it's going to be, 7 or 800 weeks. I don't know.
We're not good at planning.
we all love ghost movies. So we could get into that and like keep going.
That's just all the Horrorcast is going to be from here on out.
The year 2024, the year of the ghost. So anyway.
I would not even be mad.
No, right. I wouldn't either.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us for this very special episode of the Horrorcast, where it's all killer, no filler. Stay scared.
Oh, can't believe I'm still awake.
Yep. Time for NyQuil.
Yeah, that was
Now I got to wake up at 4:30. I can't.
4 hours and 47 minutes.
Yep.
Oh, man.
I'm glad we started at 7 or, close to 7:20.
Yeah.
Sorry I screwed that up, you guys. I don't know. I just read it wrong or whatever. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good.
All the time differences. I do it all the time.
Yep. Like I said, I'll have this out tomorrow. There's not a ton of editing that needs to happen. So, all righty.
Good night, everybody.
It was good to have the group back together.
Yes.
Well, we'll just chat on the thing to plan our first ghost thing.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
Yeah,
Good.
because everyone needs to go to bed, do your thing. All right.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
All right. Good
Bye,
night.
everybody.
Bye.